backflipping out of the start gate. This place is erupting.
Saying hello to the new world champ, baby.
Welcome to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. We are in Val Thorens, France for stop number 2 of the Freeride World Tour, the Val Thorens Pro. It is an absolute magnetic party here. Val Thorens welcoming Freeride back to France for the first time since 2018. It's been a long-awaited return, and it is firing. My name is Derek Foos. I'm here with Hadley Hammer, and we are psyched, juiced up, and ready to go. Hadley, what a face we have in front of us right now.
You know it's going to be a good show when it's a powder comp, and it is a powder comp today.
Oh, yeah. We've had 30 centimeters of snow last night. We had 30 centimeters of snow the night before. It is stacked up and ready. The riders are on their way to the start. It is, oh man, we are so ready for this, especially, you know, the return to France, seeing it be this kind of conditions for a comp. The riders are so fired up. We're going to take a look at the format that we are going to run through the entire Freeride World Tour series.
The Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance is back for an adrenaline-packed 2025 season. This year, a bold new structure raises the bar. 5 events with only the top 3 results determining who advances to the FWT finals. The legendary Yeti Extreme Verbier by Honda will be the ultimate test, where freeriding's elite battle it out on one of the sport's most iconic stages. With more riders, around 60% making it to the finals, the competition promises bigger battles, bolder lines, and unforgettable moments. This is Freeride like you've never seen it before. Are you ready? Let's drop in.
Well, let's drop in indeed. The Freeride World Tour traversing the globe, the best terrain, the best snow, the best riders, all stacking up to bring you the best show on Earth, on the Freeride planet. Hadley, oh my, I just like cannot contain myself right now.
Yeah, you can feel the energy. I mean, what a welcome back to France this could possibly be.
Yeah, so we had a chance to catch up with the CEO of the Freeride World Tour, Nicholas Hale-Woods, to find out what it means for Freeride World Tour to be back here in France.
To be back in France is fantastic for Freeride World Tour because it's the biggest freeride country in Europe in terms of number of events, number of athletes, history of freeriding in France. So stoked to be in Val Thorens. The ambition for Val Thorens is to hopefully host the first freeride event in the 2030 Olympics, which will happen in the French Alps. And staging a Freeride World Tour event is the perfect way to meet that goal.
We are back, and it's been quite a week. You know, the riders had some tricky conditions in Spain, and they were gifted with so much snow here in France, and they have been taking advantage of it. You would often think riders are, you know, taking it chill, being mellow before a competition, and that has not been the case here at all.
Yeah, these riders, they have no chill. When the snow gets good, they are, well, they light up like fireworks all week long. You can see Ben Richards there. It's been lightning. Everywhere you look, off every lift, you see some Freeride World Tour athlete. And generally, there's not a lot of people skiing off-piste here. So when you do see people just lighting it up under the chair, you're like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the riders have just been having an absolute blast. It has been a little bit of a roller coaster with the weather. We had some hot weather, then we had some rain, and then the Freeride World Tour miracle kicked in, and boom, 2 full days of heavy snowfall. So we have, I mean, it's just been absolutely magic. You can see people are gathered. We're looking at huge crowds here. You know, I've watched downhill mountain bike races on TV, World Cups, and the French crowds come out for it. And looking just outside of our tent along the entire ridge, it is just lined with French freeride fans. They are ready for it back at home. So we have a new face. It is the Lac Noir, the black lake you see here as the drone moves across the top. Extremely steep at the top as we dig into it.
Yeah, starting at 2,500 meters, there's quite a face. It's a true freeride face. Steep pitches, playful terrain, and 400 meters of leg-burning slopes. We'll have 3 starts today, so riders can choose where they're going to enter the face, and then it's sort of up to them what to follow. We've got a lot of blind rollovers, as you see on this video here, where the riders have to really know where they are in space. Then the terrain gets quite playful. You've got these fluted, perfect splines. Huge airs are possible on this face. I think you're going to want to keep your eyes open and not have too much time to blink, because the riders are going to be able to really go big along the Lac Noir face. And again, brand new face for the Freeride World Tour, which is always exciting. There's no historical knowledge. It's just full on.
Yes, a blank canvas for the best athletes on the planet at Freeride. This thing looks so much fun. You see there the tracks that the forerunners made. It is deep, deep, deep out there, so plans will be adjusted. We have a look here. Thomas Diet, he was a local Freeride legend, unfortunately taken from us back in 2019. He was on the Freeride World Tour, but his friends have installed the Bichon Bell. So Bichon was his nickname. This is up at the top of Saint-Caron, so when you're skiing in that big freeride terrain that Bichon loves so much, you can give the bell a ring, and you know, his spirit will echo through the valley here. It's a lovely, lovely tribute to a man that was beloved in the area.
Yeah, and he might have been part of the reason we've been blessed with such good weather right now. We've got a little bit of wind. It's perfectly that stable -5 degrees Celsius temperature where it's not too warm. The snow will stay good. And this is powder at the top, powder in the middle, powder at the bottom. I mean, you really can't ask for better conditions for a freeride comp.
10 out of 10 conditions. So let's dig into exactly what these athletes are working towards. The judging criteria on the Freeride World Tour breaks down into 5 categories that the judges are looking at and looking for. Line being the first one. This is the be-all and end-all. The more difficult the line you can ride, but still make look awesome. So athletes looking to challenge themselves with terrain. Control, of course, absolutely critical. If you're not in control, then you're going to be docked heavily, and a fall being the ultimate loss of control. Then you've got technique. That's the way you move on your skis or board. And then, of course, we have fluidity, that's speed moving through terrain. And then finally, air and style. That one's pretty self-explanatory. Are your airs big? Are you stylish while you're in the air? Are you using tricks? So you can see here, this is where the judges are set up high on the ridge, looking directly across the Valley Headley. They won't miss a thing from there.
They certainly won't. And as you said, the better you look, the higher your score. And this will be the comp where I think we're going to get quite a lot of freestyle action.
Absolutely, and you can see this powder field above, both from the down to the commentary booth and down to the judges booth. We were skiing, you know, thigh-deep powder all the way down below her. Everyone's goggles and mouths were choked with snow. It was pretty a spectacular start to the day. As we zoom in here on our judges panel, this is the creme de la creme of the freeride judging world. You have Lolo Best, the commissioner of the Freeride World Tour, alongside his co-commissioner, Bertie Denervaux. These guys have been doing it for a long time. Laurent Gauthier from Whistler in Canada, and our new judge on the panel this year, Freeride World Tour winner, Jacqueline Pollard. She knows what's up, and Jacqueline is definitely got her eye tuned in on the technique and the line. She loves to see a rider bending their skis or boards and really rallying. So these are the people that are making the decisions there. The riders are the ones that are doing what they need to do. So we have such a beautiful face here. The best riders on the planet ready to go to unleash in France. Val Thorens Pro, stick around. Welcome back to sunny Val Thorens, France. It is the return of Freeride. This place, absolutely magical, part of the Trois Vallées complex. Val Thorens is absolutely packed with freeride terrain. It is gorgeous. Spectacular views in every single direction. One of the jewels of the French Alps for skiing and snowboarding. It's been so welcoming too. It's incredible. The feeling, the vibe around here is just electric right now.
Yeah, I think France has a spot on the tour, a very deserved spot, and we're glad to have it back as part of the circuit. I think it's true free riding here, true French spirit. And the vibes are really, really high today. Yeah, the spirit's just incredible, and the crowd just building and building. There's so many ridges that face directly at the competition venue, so it's just going to be lined with people. I'm sure we have some portable raclette and fondue sets out here. Every valley in the area says they have the best fondue in the world, so that'll be tested out on the slopes today. As we see up top, things just building towards an incredible show. We had a chance with Lolo Best, the commissioner of the Freeride World Tour, to check in on this Lac Noir venue and dig in a little bit deeper into what makes it tick.
Freeride World Tour, stage number 2. Travel last night, arrived in Val Thorens, and right now we are in the ski area and checking all the different possible venues. Snow quality is tough at the moment. We're expecting some new snow, and the challenging thing is to decide and to choose the right venue for the new snow and where would be the best places. So another 5 venues to check. This is the beginning of the day, a long one to come. Right, venue check number 3, right to the top. This is now Simcaron. Snow is very compact. Let's have a look down the venue.
What? How are we? All right, checking option 1, Simcaron. It's been blowing really hard from the north, so all the entrances are quite dry. The takeoffs, the jumps are quite dry. There's a bit of snow coming, but we believe there might be not enough snow to make it completable.
Back to Simcaron. Conditions are wild, and with all this wind, it's going to be really tough to be able to have the venue set up just for one window, which is actually shown at the moment on the weather forecast. So back to square one. I think now it's time to find another venue to a lower place, and I think we've got the right one, and this is the Lac Noir, so see you there. Okay, Johnny, you got your beacon?
I got my beacon.
Yes, okay, good to go.
Awesome! We are breaking the cornices for eventually a new snow coming. And it's better to break it before they collapse in the new snow.
Allez, petit run pour moi. Oh, oh, oh putain. Wouhou. Et on est pas bien là. Oh.
Well, if you speak a little bit of French, you'll know that Lolo was having a good time there. This this Lac Noir venue, you know, it was one of a few options, and the one they locked in on, it's pretty diverse. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can interpret this this venue.
Yeah, I think this will be quite the show because of that. And you know, you can stay lookers left, what you're looking on the screen. We've got this really steep aspect, or you can head pretty far lookers right, and there's a lot more room to play, a lot more terrain that suits certain riders, where other riders, maybe they want to go straight into the Nar.
Yeah, during the venue check, it was really interesting just listening, you know, having a little eavesdrop on some of the conversations of riders trying to lock in on which parts of this face were going to suit their riding style best. And at the top, you know, you could see in that feature, Kevin Guri, one of the local legends here, a Freeride World Tour legend himself, a Verbier Extreme winner, up there working on the cornice. It is dead vertical at the top. That cornice was quite big. They've got shovels onto it, you know, and you could see him on rappel there, on belay, sorry, picking the edges of the cornice off so the riders can see in. But the very start of the runs are going to be quite challenging because you can't see over that edge.
No, imagine opening your front door, and the first step you take is just straight down into a pool. It's quite steep, and again, that blind rollover I think is really interesting because the way that they're viewing this venue is from across the way. And then when you get to the top, you really can't see. And finding those landmarks of, oh, where am I on this face is a real challenge. And it's also where you can kind of see the rookies they're adapting to this. They're changing how they are able to move through the venue and how to figure out where they are.
Yeah, Lena Kohler had a great little chat. She said, they told me that the venues on the World Tour would be the same as on the Challengers, but this doesn't feel the same at all. This is our third forerunner dropping out of start two, and you can see it's just a free fall right out of the gate, straight up to speed. And then we've got this kind of long bench. This rider was the first person to put that track across there. These tracks that the forerunners put in are going to be absolutely critical for the athletes to use to be able to gather speed before the venue drops away again into the proper meat and potatoes of it.
Yeah, and again, here you go. You have your second blind rollover into the second aspect. But man, oh, look at that snow.
Yeah, here's your first indication. So he's just going to let his slough pass by. The forerunners were working kind of in conjunction also as ski cutters on the face just to make sure that the avalanche conditions are safe. We have had a lot of snow, so the avalanche control and avalanche mitigation has been very top of mind here. But you watch him riding here and see the quality of the snow, the spray, the depth. Some of these lower sections have had some slough run through, so you see there, Hadley, it's not quite as deep, but it still looks soft.
It looks soft. It looks like not chunky, not set up. Like you're still going to be able to smoothly ride through this whole venue.
They made the decision not to bomb it yesterday, to give the snow an opportunity to bond, to settle, put himself into the white room. I loved how he covered his face there first.
Protect the lenses.
Protect the lenses. But yeah, they gave it the opportunity to bond. If they bombed it yesterday, there'd be two things kind of in play. First of all of that slough and snow that came down would set overnight. It would settle. It would become much more dense, much more compact, and be a whole lot less nice to ride on. Where by leaving it that day, they give it the opportunity to bond to the layers deeper in the snowpack and give it a better chance to actually stick to the face. Also, anything that does slough or come down, the deposits are going to be soft, which is exactly what we're looking at today.
Yeah, and as you said, that bonding process also created a really nice surface under this new fresh powder. And watching all the riders ski yesterday, everyone was really stomping their lines, and I think that gives the riders a lot of confidence to take airs big.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday was here's our fourth forerunner. This is the current junior freeride world champion, and he was absolutely flying. That pocket at the very top, there was a little bit of concern about whether that was going to be stable or not, but this young man, Nono, absolutely slaying. And it's amazing what the forerunners can do for the vibe of the riders. When the forerunners go and it looks like this, the riders' spirits go absolutely to the moon. Everybody's looking at that going, oh, I can't wait till that's me. And these forerunners did exactly that. You can see punting off. I think we're going to see quite a bit of that on this lower face. Some of these smaller features taking absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's going to be a one. I wish we had the measurements, you know, of like in a half pipe where you can measure how far up into space these riders are choosing to go and how far out.
Yeah, you can see the forerunner here just trenching as the the approach to the finish is a little bit flatter, and he's just having an absolute time here crossing that sun shadow line. The snow is absolutely perfect. We've got sun on the face, but it's not hot. At least currently it's staying nice and cold, so the snow quality is 10 out of 10.
Yeah, this is going to be a show, and I think the riders really feeling the vibe around the inspection this morning, that last-minute pre-run inspection. You could feel the excitement, and you, again, like you said, you could feel the confidence growing with people. Sort of the shoulders drop, they stand a little taller, they get a little bit more excited, and I think we're in for it.
Yeah, once they settle into the rhythm that this is actually going to be fun and not like a chore, I guess, something that we have to do. This is something that we get to do. You know, we've traveled around. We came from Spain where conditions were a little bit more, well, a lot more difficult, and now they're getting the payoff for their patience, which is a full-on powder comp. This is the event village down there. You can see the big mammoth, and the crowd's really starting to build. We're somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 minutes away, I think, from our first rider, which will be Tiemo Rolshoven, and the crowds are just building along the ridge. You know, the comp day morning, Hadley, you went through this in your time as a Freeride World Tour athlete. The nerves jangling, the excitement building.
It's, you know, it's fun being here now and getting to just look around. And almost at breakfast, I've been keeping a little notes to myself of who I think will win just based on the breakfast vibes and sort of the inspection vibes. And it's really interesting to watch certain riders. You can almost just see they're like, I got this. And they kind of stay in their own lane. At breakfast, they're like chatting and they're comfortable and calm, but they're also like in a zone starting at 6 a.m. And you watch them sort of stay in that zone, and it's quite fascinating. But it's a lot of time. I mean, these riders got up probably around 5:30, and you imagine some of them won't ski till 11:30, 12. That's hours and hours where you really have time to build in your head your nervousness or your confidence. And the trick is building that confidence.
Yeah, the psychological game's such a big part of this. You know, the preparation now is done. Now it's execution time. And if the head game is strong, then the execution can be on point and the riders can go out and actually do what they planned on doing. But there's so much more that goes into it. And the morning of, it's just incredible watching all of the different riders go through their own pre-comp routines. Some of them are very talkative. Some of them are absolutely silent. Some of them go internal. Some of them go external. But they all have their process. So we are moving closer. We're going to take a look at where we sit in the overall Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance standings right now. Ross Tester holding down the top spot. He is looking cool and confident. He had a huge grin on his face this morning. He can't wait to get going. Toby Rafford and Ben Richards, that's your podium in the overall right now. As we move through, you see the cut line. Edvin Olsson just on the good side. Marcus Gogan looking in right now at the cut. And a bunch of big names, heavy hitters on the downside of that qualification line. But of course, we've only had one event. So really, everything is going to reshuffle. There's a lot of great riders on the downside that had some issues, let's say, in the last event. They're going to be looking for a little bit of retribution here at the Val Thorens Pro. That's a look down at the finish area and looking up at the Lac Noir face, Black Lake, if you will. Here's who's dropping today.
We've got the ski men starting. We've got Tiemo right out the start gate, a rookie going for one. And then you start to see some of these older heavy hitters, Kristofer Turdell, Carl Regner, they're right behind him. Maxime rounding out the top 10. These guys are going to have such good powder. Toby Rafford in the middle there. Ross Tester, our current leader, is a little bit further down in the pack. We've got Ben Richards rounding it out, Marcus Gogan and Weitien. The best buds are going right after each other, and the Frenchman himself is dropping 21st, Virgile Didier.
Closing the show for ski men, a local. I have a feeling the French crowds are absolutely going to go bananas for their local riders today. There's a lot of French riders in the field. So here's your opportunity to get involved. The Peak Performance Fun Bet. This is Fantasy Freeride, and the Fun Bet fan favorites. 72% of you have your money on Marcus Gogan landing on the podium, Ross Tester at 46%, and Maxime Chabloz, the 2022 world champ. I have a feeling this venue could really suit Maxime. He was buzzing this morning. He said he's got a line that suits his style. He's really good at the freestyle. I think he likes it when it's not extremely steep and gnarly, but the powder, he was saying he's got a huge air that only works in powder, so he was pretty happy to see the way the snow conditions have shaped up. The 2022 world champ vibing. So Peak Performance Fun Bet, that's who you have your money on, and it's not it's too late for today, but it's not too late for the season. Log on, just search up, go onto the freerideworldtour.com, find the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan page, and make your bets. There's a all expenses paid experience in Verbier on the line for the overall season winner of the Peak Performance Fun Bet. So get in, get your bets in, and tell us who you love.
Do you have any fan favorites?
Well,
personal favorites?
I'm a fan of Freeride, so they're all my favorites. But I have made my bets, and I got my fingers crossed for all the friends. It's so hard because everyone is so good. You know, you're going through that start list, Hadley, and I'm looking at it going, oh yeah, they could win. Oh, he could win. Oh no, he's for sure gonna win. Oh no, that every one of these riders is so talented. They're so, you know, one of the difference makers I think at this level, like everybody to a point is talented. And then when you get to the elite level, the difference becomes the work. You know, the riders that put in the work, the time in the gym, the time mentally preparing, all of those things, to me, that's the defining factor at this world-class level.
Exactly, and you really see that building over the past few years. All these riders, at least compared to when I was on the tour, these riders have physical coaches, they have mental coaches, they are dialed. They have every aspect of their skiing, every aspect of their preparation really in focus and really all driven towards the Freeride World Tour.
And it's so clear to see that when you watch them ski and ride, because the level is absolutely through the roof. These riders, these athletes are so driven, they're so talented, and they're taking it seriously, and they're focused. You know, everybody wants to raise that World Tour title trophy at the end of the season in Verbier, and they all know what it takes to do it. But of course, execution time is when the rubber meets the road in freeride, or the PTEX meets the snow. You can see we've got 3 different starts. Start 1 is up at the summit, start 2 a little bit down the Cornice Ridge, and start 3 miles over. Riders that are looking to go fall line out of there are choosing that start 3 because of that flat. So we are just about ready to go here with Tiemo Rolshoven. He is kicking out of start 3, and we are underway here in Val Thorens.
It must feel so good to take those first powder tracks, and he's really got the best snow. As you see, he's lining up this first air, huge backflip, perfect stomp. That's what we knew was coming today, that great landing.
Disappearing into the powder with another backflip. Tiemo Rolshoven, the former gymnast, and now a huge 360, connecting a little bit of a hip check there. Tiemo fighting for balance, he gets it back.
Oh, he's got it. This guy is a cliff jumper in the summer and clearly a cliff jumper in the winter, and he's got no issue taking a huge air.
Wow, connecting perfectly with that final landing just next to the rocks, and now just trenching his way through the bottom section of this face. It is a long way over to the finish area. There is a judging line across the face here, so the judges are going to be able to lock in their scores before the riders make it all the way. If we get, we've got the aerial view here. You can see how far it is. He's going to connect with that Forerunners track and then make his way all the way across the lower section of this venue.
I think that was a quite an opening. I mean, he's working with Stefan Hossel, which is an insanely great coach. He's got a few different riders, and I think Tiemo, you really can see the work that comes out of that coaching.
Yeah, Stefan Hossel, a legend of the Freeride World Tour. He's got a cliff named after him at Fieberbrunn on the Wildseeloder. As you see Tiemo making his way through the bottom section. This is below the judging line, so we're going to have a look back at this run, Hadley.
This is a way to open a freeride line. Just huge backflip, perfect 4-point landing.
Yeah, Tiemo, I mean, he had to put the track into that lip. This one had some slough go over it earlier, so you can see his takeoff was a little bit smoother. He wasn't bogged down, you know, knee deep in the powder. And then getting that 360 with the tip tap. And then let's see, just, putting the hip in a little bit. Ski catch, I mean, the snow's deep. There's a lot going on there, especially when you're rotating sideways for these riders. And then this final one, look at the trajectory here, Hadley. Picture perfect.
Picture perfect. That was such a classic perfect free ride line for him.
Oh yeah, well you can see dead fall line out of start 3. So the riders had a big decision to make in which start they chose to drop from. That start 3, the only option if you want to get onto that steep face, as Tiemo making his way through the bushes here in the lower part of the lower part, well it's not even the venue now, this is just the approach to the finish. We see our judging criteria coming in, line, control, through the roof, technique, maybe a little lower, that could be the hip check coming into play there, fluidity and air and style maxing out as Tiemo now into the finish. The Val Thorens Pro opening things up for the entire field here at the Freeride World Tour, and the score already ready, dropping in with an 81.33 for Tiemo Rolshoven. The judges loving what they saw there. So that is now the standard that the other riders are going to be looking to approach as Tiemo heads over to the hot seat to await the rest of the ski men's field.
I mean, he had a nice 5th place finish in our first event. I think for a rookie, he's set himself up for the season well.
Oh yeah, this guy is a great skier. He had a bronze medal as a junior in the Freeride Junior World Championships a couple years ago in 2023. And Tiemo now looking comfy as we soar back up to the top of the Lac Noir face. The next rider out of the gate is gonna get the fans juiced up. Mathys Fornasier, the Frenchman, a local. He's not local to Val Thorens, coming out of Chamrus, but he is French, and the French fans are gonna go ballistic for this man. He had a bit of a rough start, actually a really scary start in the last event. He lost his ski before he even really got going. So we haven't had a chance to see Mathys ski, but he is buzzing. He's so fired up. Skiing with Mikhail Bimbos, Freeride World Tour legend, as his coach. Big kiss to the crew, and the fans already on the ridge going absolutely wild for Mathys.
We can hear him and setting up for this first cliff. Oh, even bigger. What a backflip, pulling it back into control.
Going with the flat spin, sailing past the bomb hole from Tiemo, getting up and over, kicking over the rocks. Another clean landing for Mathys Fornasier. So now we're really seeing what this young Frenchman has to offer, getting on those edges and across.
Oh!
He's disappearing. Oh, he's down with the powder cloud.
Yes, that's perfect. That must feel so good for him from the, that is excellence when you can have a huge crash your first event and come back to the second one firing.
Talk about mental resilience. I mean, Mathys truly had a terrifying moment, cartwheeling down through the rocks, breaking his helmet, and coming back with that run. Second man out of the gate. We have smoke bombs going on the ridge. This place is going off for this French rider, going absolutely huge on that run. I'm so happy for him that he was able to put that down. That's such a sign of resilience, of mental strength, and obviously of skiing skill to put a run down like that. What a great way to kick this comp off. 2 absolutely banger runs. Let's look at this replay, Adley.
Again, right off the stop, even bigger. You can see him soar past that first bomb hole and sets himself immediately right away for that second hit.
Yeah, coming in, setting the speed, getting the grab there on the flat 3, and again going way past the last bomb hole. And on that downhill ski, pops up and over this. No hesitation though, enough control to do a shifty, so he was fine there in the air, perfectly balanced.
Yeah, he's a ski instructor, so he knows how to put that ski on an edge.
Yeah, and then this cross-court backflip. Look at him stretching his body out there, disappearing into the powder cloud. Huge poof, and then that full hand up. Another one where he has to put that track in, so there's a little bit of a grab, and then he just flies into the powder. What a great run from Mathys Fornasier.
I think he'll be improving on his previous score.
I would say so, yeah. He's still got his helmet on, which is a great start. He's covered in snow, a huge grin on his face, watching himself stretch out like that to slow the rotation down on the backflip. A little catch up there for the boys as the score coming in. 81.33 is the score to beat. He does with an 84. So the Frenchman goes into the hot seat in his first completed run on the Freeride World Tour. Finds himself sitting pretty at the top of the pile after 2 riders. Incredible action here already at the Val Thorens Pro. France is bringing the thunder today.
Vive la France!
Well, you could just see the joy, the relief, all of it just pouring off him as we are moving back up. So ski men underway here. The Val Thorens Pro stop number 2 in the Peak Performance Freeride World Tour. We have 3 starts, 1 far lookers left, 1 center ridge, and 1 that those 2 riders have already used. That is start number 3, which puts them directly fall line into that, I'd say, fairly freestyle-y section of the face as we are looking now at this aerial shot. I mean, that track, Hadley, that tells the whole story. It's so deep. The snow conditions absolutely perfect for the riders today.
You often don't see the person in the hot seat with a pile of powder on top of their head.
As we are now looking at start number 1, and it is Carl Ragnar Eriksson, the man from Åre, Sweden, peak performance rider. He is a standout. 8 years on the Freeride World Tour. He is, I mean, he's been here the whole time, and he is straight out of the gate and into the Nahr. This is a very different character of terrain than we saw on the other side.
Very much so. Everywhere you put your ski, you have to have full confidence.
And the slough pouring down on both sides of Carl as he motors through that steep upper section, having to wipe his goggles to keep some vision as Carl now approaching this huge cliff up on top.
Setting it, looks like, for the double. Oh, releasing quite a lot of snow, and it has to be much faster than his slough.
Carl comes cooking out of there, so he released a little surface slab on the pad of that double, but safely escaping, and now just glory skiing, milking this powder down on the lower section of the face, disappearing on every turn.
What you can't see is everywhere he skied, slough was following right behind him. I mean, he was just cleaning the mountain off.
Yeah, the entire mountain erupting around him. I mean, there's so much snow up there. Carl is trenching down through the flats, just trying to, I'm sure some of the later riders will use this track to get a little bit of speed. You can just see how deep it is. That huge double there for Carl Ragnar Eriksson, opening up an entirely new section of the face with intent. That was so different from what we saw on the other side. The judges really have their work cut out for them on this face because the characteristics of different sides of the mountain are very different.
Exactly, and we haven't even seen someone from start 2 yet. So I think as a judge, you're really going to have to balance all 3 sections of the mountain.
Well, Carl, it's a long way down, but it looks absolutely pleasant as he is making his way through the powder, actually coming to a stop there in this deep French powder. Val Thorens, I mean, when they announced that this stop was coming back on the tour, the excitement really... All right, let's go back up to the top. Carl, right out of the gate, and he was into it instantly.
I mean, this is an area where, again, you have to know where you are. There's rocks everywhere, and you see him just moving and cutting open that snow as it sloughs. I mean, look how much snow is moving around him. Yeah,
there's so much powder, and then approaching the double, he lines it up, he gets his eyes on. You can see the little crack develop up there as the surface snow starts to slab away. He had to wipe his goggles again to pump off that second one, and his right his right foot went way deeper in the snow there than the left did, and now he has to stay in the fall line to hold the, well, basically to hold on as he passes over the slough cone. So super direct line right off the summit for Carl.
Like you said, these athletes are in the gym a lot for moments like that.
So line, control and technique, super high, fluidity, Erin style, no tricks there for Carl. I'm not sure where in that line you could put a trick, and this really highlights the diversity of line selection on this face, where we saw Mathys and Tiemo go pretty full on freestyle. Every feature tricked. That one, no room for tricks. Look at the knee-deep powder in the finish corral for Carl.
Couldn't see anything. There was so much snow. Everything released. I got blinded like 3-4 times. I had to like, where am I?
You heard him say it, couldn't see anything.
Here comes the score for Carl Regner Eriksson, 72-3-3. So the judges have in their say they want tricks on the face. He moves into third after 3 riders, and Carl saying he couldn't see anything, having to clear his goggles multiple times on that run because he was just absolutely white-roomed in the powder, going so deep in the landing, and as he said, the mountain just exploding and erupting around him, slough coming down all over the place, but we are nowhere near done. We're going back up to the top, and this looks like our first rider dropping out of start 2, the Austrian, the 2023 Freeride World Tour champion, Valentin Rainer, going to be dropping out of start 2, riding for Peak Performance and Scott. He is the Freeride World Tour partner sponsor's dream, hitting all the sponsors. This guy, he's a world champ. He's, again, another rider who's just jazzed to ski in these conditions, and the first rider that we're going to see push out of start 2. So center ridge, it is a huge cornice directly below him. So this is what you were talking about, Hadley. He's going to be dropping straight into it. We'll see which direction he chooses to go, riding out of St. Anton. They've had a great start down there, too, so he's been gotten pretty comfortable skiing in the powder.
And this guy likes to go fast, so I think we'll see how this powder run works for him, but I believe this is going to be a quick run.
So the riders coming out of start 2, if they want to access these features, a little bit more riders left. They do have to step up. There will be no dock and fluidity as Valley now just getting a little pole whacking, earning himself some NAR points. You can see how overhanging that is as Valley poking his nose over the void and getting things started.
Here we go, straight into it. Perfect 360 transfer.
Oh, yeah, Valley landing just on the low side of that slough cone and connecting back in. So a hot start there for Valentin Rainer as he needs to get across this flat section. This is more challenging. Probably the only downside of having so much snow is this flat section before it rolls over into the zone where we saw Mathys and Tiemo go. It's going to just take a little bit of trench work to get over there. But Valley now the ground rolling away again as we move back into it.
He's entering this section, which is much steeper than it looks from here. It really shoots you straight into the center of the gut. Making another transfer with the shifty.
And Valley now coming into this big cliff. Lofty 360, perfect landing. Oh, Valentin Rainer showing exactly such perfect judgment on the rotation of that 360, knowing exactly how hard to set, which is such an incredible skill given that they have never been off that feature. They don't know how far they're going to go. Never been off,
And as the first rider, again, you have no track in front of you. You have no lip. This isn't a park jump. This all has to come from sort of years of building that intuitive knowledge.
Yeah, that just I'm speechless with the perfection of that coming cross court. You can see, or you could see some surface snow starting to break away. It's breaking in the form of a slab, but it's only about 10 centimeters deep, so the rider's not really fussed, and it's super soft. There's not a lot of density to that surface slab that's breaking away. Incredible run there for Valentin Rainer. Look at this start.
Just so vertical right off the top, just a perfect acid drop. And a great transfer. He almost went too big there. He really had to hold it through that transition.
Yeah, styling out that shifty again, landing in perfect powder snow, and then knowing exactly where to go here. The early takeoff. Look how high off the ground he is.
That control button is all the way maxed.
Those little tweaks and shifties really show the judges that you're perfectly in control. No real lip there. Valley just floating it, feet coming apart to slow the rotation, perfect connection. He knew exactly where he was. That was immaculate.
He just lands, and when you see them just being able to make that turn and you almost see them take a breath, you know that he's confident.
So pure.
Yeah. Very nice. Hello, everyone. You go through my buddies.
Here we go, the score coming in for Valentin Rainer, 89-67. The judges loving it, and Valentin Rainer into the hot seat.
What the fuck?
Well, he likes it too. The judges loved it. The fans loved it. Maybe not so much the French fans, but the Austrians for sure, and everybody else.
Unglaublich, as they say in German.
Well, Val Rainer with a master class in execution. That acid drop right off the top, so scary. The overhanging nature of that. It's essentially it's a rock cornice with a snow cornice on the top of it. So it goes completely vertical. As we look up here, starting to see the tracks take shape and the events start to take shape as Val Rainer sitting on top, Mathys Fornasier and Tiemo Rolshoven holding it down on the top of the field after 4 riders as we are straight back up to the top. Wow, what a start. Absolutely electric. The fans on fire. The riders doing their part to bring us just such an incredible show. I mean, these are the conditions that these riders just dream of when they make their way onto the Freeride World Tour. But we're back up to the top. Our next rider, another peak performance athlete, Kristofer Turdell. His 10th year on the tour, 18 and 21 world champ, and he is on the Lac Noir face.
Oh, here he goes, taking the same line as good buddy. There's a little bit less snow, so let's see if he's able to do potentially some free ride here.
Oh yeah, Kristofer Turdell just lacing those classic Turdell turns. Looks like he's on the same line as Carl. Super clean, white rooming himself in through the curtain. Oh, and he goes over the front.
Both skis gone, it looks like, right away.
Kristofer Turdell falling victim to the deep snow there. Not able to hold on, and he was going so well. Looks like he's okay. But yeah, skis just disappearing in the powder. So the deceleration your feet get when they land in powder, it's so hard to judge when you get in the air because you don't exactly know how deep it's going to be. So you set your legs for what you think it's going to be, but when both feet decelerate so abruptly, the mass goes forward and you end up with the punch front.
See if we can get a closer look. This is perfect skiing at the top. Textbook control, textbook fluidity.
Well, that was so nicely executed here. And then Kristofer approaching the double on that gorgeous turn.
First hit, little white room.
Instant punch front.
Yep.
So Kristofer Turdell, unfortunately, going down, avoiding the rocks in his tumble. I mean, at least it's soft if you're going to be flipping and spinning down the face. Kristofer coming out of it, I think, physically unscathed, but that's a tough one psychologically, is now he's got to find his equipment. As Kristofer doing a bit of mountaineering back up the face, you can see his ski there as he's trying to get it. That's a really hard place for a ski runner to get into. Oh,
got a ski
maybe not that hard, actually.
Yeah.
So we have ski runners, we have ski patrollers, guides, and doctors strategically placed all over the competition face, so they're able to access these riders in case they get into a bit of strife quickly and easily. So the ski runner already there, hopefully hooking up with Turdell's ski. Looks like he has to do a bit of excavation there to find it. Looks like maybe a bit of a rock in the bomb hole there, Hadley.
Potentially could be.
So the search is on right now for Turdell's equipment, which he has left strewn above him after that punch front.
Good.
Well, while Turdell recollects the pieces of his life, it looks like if we have a rider who wants to drop out of start 2 and is not going to be in the area where Turdell is, we may be able to just continue here as we're zooming in on start number 2.
Oh, those are some beautiful looking fluted spines at the top.
Yeah, this venue is in immaculate condition. So that's the first athlete getting into a little bit of trouble there. As we go up to the gate here, I think this is start 2. Finn Griffith. Finn coming out of Vail, Colorado, riding for Dynastar. This is his first year on the tour. He had a pretty early crash in the first event. He was a prodigy as a junior and bomb dropping straight out of the gate to get things started with a bang.
That was quick. Yeah, Finn, you know, you saw him get used to just the energy and the vibe as a rookie. I think that's always a bit overwhelming on the first few stops.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here as we see Finn popping, going such perfect transition there for Finn Griffith, as he is loving the powder conditions here on the Lac Noir face, looking for, you know, one of the things that's quite challenging for these rookies. Oh, a double there for Finn, and a perfect landing as he picks up a whole bunch of speed down. He's riding through the slough, just trying to hold on. You don't want to do anything too aggressive there, as he can use all this powder now to shed some of that speed. So Finn now coming into the lower face. That was so direct and just burying himself in the powder.
I was never that great at math in school, but I believe that was under 3 turns. That Finn just took. I mean, that was essentially, he pointed his skis towards the finish line. Nice playful bottom, but he really never deviated from straight down.
Well, Finn, you know, he's such a great young skier. As I said, he was a prodigy as a junior. He gives a lot of credit to his coaches, Matt and Justin, for getting him through. And he's got a really cool story. You know, when in his first year in the U19 category, he said he finished like 127th. He put that result here. We're going to take a look back at the replay.
Oh, look at that. I just love how they're able to control their speed in the air.
Yeah, and such perfect connection with the transition there, all the way down to the bottom, but still finding a nice steep landing. And then another one just sailing off this section as a double, and then picking up so much speed.
Again, you see him, as Derek said, just committing to that straight line through the slough, which is a perfect idea. You never really want to put your skis sideways when you're going that fast and when the texture of the snow is changing.
Yeah, perfect conditions, but also definitely some opportunities for riders to get caught up there, as we saw the replay.
Sorry.
Wait.
Woo! Hey! Hi, Gabby. Hi, Cece.
Finn Griffith finishing a Freeride World Tour run, and a 67 there for Finn Griffith, so sliding into 5th. Ooh, what a day we've got in front of us here as Finn Griffith wraps up his campaign at the Val Thorens Pro. Valentin Rainer, Mathys Fornasier, and Tiemo Rolshoven. Those are your top 3 riders so far in ski men.
You just look at this face and you want to go powder skiing.
As we're back up to start 1, and this man made a huge splash in his rookie debut. It is Toby Rafford taking 2nd in Spain with a mind-bending blend of fast, aggressive skiing and future tricks. You know, this guy's living in the year 3000. Toby Rafford riding out of Sun Valley in Idaho. He's only 21 years old, a rookie on the tour, certainly not skiing like a rookie. As Toby Rafford out of the gate and straight into the air.
I'm surprised he's going out of stop 1, and it makes me pretty excited to see we're about to see some freestyle action in this section.
Whoa!
Oh, not able to hold on to it, but also able to recover eventually. That was a massive 360.
Incredibly aggressive start for Toby Rafford, and getting again into the white room, flying off this nugget on the lower section of the rider's left part of this face. Now he's just riding down through the slough deposit. He's got another little nug to toss himself off. Toby Rafford, I mean, blink and you miss it. That run, incredible. The 360 over what looked like about a kilometer of rock.
Yeah. I mean, Toby's really known for this swaggy, super chill, super flexible, really interesting style, but he proved by going out of start 1 that he also has the technique, the ability to control his speed, to really lay those skis and make a proper turn.
Yeah, if not control, at least direct. I mean, he was so fall line and so fast. And Toby is part of this new breed, I think, of free riders that have such a complete skill set. You know, there was some chatter before Spain, like, oh, Toby's a freestyle guy. These difficult, hard conditions aren't going to suit him. And then he showed everybody exactly how precise and technical he can be. And on this one, I mean, we'll see in the replay, but he certainly went out aggressive as we take a look back at Toby Rafford's run.
He just straight right off the top. So much powder for them. And here's that just massive 360, as you said, right over rock. Backslapped wasn't able to fully ride out of it, but also was able to stay on his feet overall.
One of the threads running through here is almost every one of Toby's airs, he was head deep in the snow before he took off. You can see when the snow goes up past the rider's face, and we heard it from Carl, they can't see, right? They're popping out of a curtain of powder and then finding themselves 15, 20 feet in the air. Incredibly, like it's fun, but it's also, it presents its own challenge when you can't see properly. But Toby Rafford just coming out with full aggression as he catches up with Valet at the bottom.
That's three, man. I feel. Oh, it was so deep, bro. Oh. Wow. Nice one, bro. Thank you. Let's go, man.
All right, well, the score dropping, that is not going to challenge Valet Rainer's score. 59.67 for Toby Rafford with, well, the biggest move we've seen so far of the day, but not quite able to hold on to it. So Toby Rafford heads out. He's going to shake some of that powder off his face. That's not going to bother him in the slightest. He's already got a second place on the Freeride World Tour. We know what Toby is capable of, and we just saw huge flashes of it there as we roll back up the Lac Noir face. Now we have seen riders coming out of both starts, and the tracks starting to present themselves all over the mountain as these guys going off for the French crowd. What a show we've got already as we go back up to the top to the Verbier Shred Dog. He's your 2022 Junior Freeride World Champion, Martin Bender. This guy, another part of this new generation that has the skiing skills, the freestyle chops, the mountain sense. They have it all at such a young age. Martin Bender, he is one of the most excited skiers in the entire field. He's only 20 years old, but he's skiing like he's been doing this for years.
Yeah, as you said, I think the level of this competition just will continue and continue to rise, and we're really seeing sort of pinnacle skiing, all-around skiing. Dropping out of start 2, heading towards these first cliff bands. Setting himself up on top of this monstrous rock. Huge 360, bit of a back slap, but able to hold on, and now he'll traverse across to this lower section of this race.
Yeah, that's a tricky feature. You know, we could see it when we were scoping from the top. It's a big rock. The landing is pretty flat, and the tide goes out on it quick. So the further you go, the worse it gets. But because it's so steep and the face of the rock is so vertical, it's really difficult not to go far. So you did see there a little bit of a backslap from the Swiss rider, but Bender now making his way across this powder field, just again, putting himself deep into the powder before he gets into the lower section, the meat and potatoes of his run.
Bender is traversing quite far, skiers left, going for this first hit.
Oh, big 360 from Martin Bender, now following Valet's track, but in the other direction with another big 3 the other way. So spinning both directions there for Martin Bender. The slough pouring down, and he is not done yet.
Oh, I'm dizzy just thinking about switching directions.
Well, the young Swiss rider out of the Verbier Freeride team showing exactly why he was the junior world champion and earned his way pretty much directly out of juniors onto the Freeride World Tour. Tricks all over the place in both directions. Martin Bender, incredible skiing there. A little bit of an issue at the top. We'll see what the judges make of it. I mean, it was a solid backslap, but the rest of his run certainly picking things back up on the old judge's thermometer.
Exactly. He's such a consistent skier, and I think to do well on the tour, consistency is key. Again, it's 6 events. You want to be pushing to your best, but you also want to make sure your best is stompable each time.
I mean, just that first air, and then this one almost getting the hand drag, super corked out, going right down to the bottom of the landing. Maybe a stage, not even a stage 2 there, just a little back seat. And then this, look how high up he goes. Bender landing, that landing was perfect.
Yeah, perfectly powdery too. This one is massive.
Yeah, over that lower bench of rock, way down. Getting bounced a little bit, but he went so far, and then popping this one into the channel between the cliffs, another one, and actually making it into 2 there. His angle a little bit skiers left, so turning it into a double. Really, really impressive scoping from the young Swiss rider, only 20 years old. It's so incredible. The sport pyramid, you know, these riders are they're coming up at 19, 20 years old onto the tour with already so much competition savvy.
Yeah, you would assume they're in their 30s at this point with how much experience they have.
So fucking insane.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Magic. So
What
sick.
the heck?
Wow, snow was so good.
Insane. Insane. Yeah? No, let me stay here.
Oh, c'est bon.
Yeah, boy!
91.67.
Oh, 91.67, a huge score for Martin Bender as he takes over the hot seat. He's got, maybe a Swiss football jersey on underneath. Wow, well, the level just keeps going up. The bar getting raised again and again by these riders. Martin, for sure, the most features we've seen anybody put together in a single run so far as he takes over the Dynastar hot seat with that incredible run and great blend of freestyle and freeride there.
Yeah, he was able to, even just in the top section, again, that is so fast, so vertical, to take 2 hits out of. I think that really helps the score.
Gros Sinju, les autres.
Well, Bender's feeling it. We are only 8 riders in, and we have a score in the 90s already. So what a show Val Thorens is putting on for us. Incredible action. Martin Bender at the top. Valentin Rainer now down to second, and Mathys Fornasier, the local dog, out in third, holding it down for the absolutely frenetic French crowds. There's so much action already, and we're only 8 riders into the ski men's field. We still have ski women and both categories of snowboarders to go, so we are really just getting started here. As the camera zooming in on start number 3, there we go. We see Bender in the hot seat. We're gonna see his good buddy up there in start 3. We only had 2 full start gates, so start 3 gets those peak performance flags across the big flat section. Riders and organizers deciding that it was going to be too difficult to get there from start 2, so let's throw another start in on the top of the mountain as we're going to be looking back up at Simon Perrodin riding for Dynastar. Bender getting the selfie there for all the friends at home. Well, this kid is fired up, and this is one of his very good friends, travel compatriot. They came up together in the juniors in the Verbier freeride team. Simon Perrodin, 22 years old. He had a bit of a rough start in Spain, but he's going to be looking to make up for that as well, as Simon out of start 3 right now. We've seen the riders going out of this one. It's directly into the action, straight out of the gate.
1, drop in.
Simon is heading out. Again, we haven't seen a rider over here since the beginning rookies. We're excited to see what he does. This man is about 7 feet tall, so even though those cliffs look smaller compared to him, he's still pretty huge. Perfect backflip up the top.
Great landing there for Simon Perrodin. Lining up another one, popping. That's a bit of a setup feature for Simon as we see some of these tracks now starting to take shape. They allow the riders to go a bit faster. 360, Simon stomping and continuing on, immediately in control. This is such great ski technique as he takes this cross-guard approach. Oh! Another punch front there for Simon Perrodin. You can see the emotion. These riders, you know, this is fun, but they want to win. They want to do well, and a crash like that is heartbreaking for the Verbier rider as the emotion just pouring out of him.
Oh. His reaction makes all the sense in the world. I mean, that top was perfect. Perfect airs, perfect transfers, really nice style. And like you said, powder comps, they can be super fun, but they in themselves are also tricky.
Yeah, the challenges are different than you know, it couldn't be more polar opposite to what we had in Spain, where the snow was really hard and really difficult to manage control. Now it's like, what is your landing going to be? Is it going to be firm where you land on the slough cone, or are you going to go knee deep and your skis and feet come to a dead stop? And the answer only comes when you do it.
Exactly, and if you're following all these riders on Instagram, which you should be, you notice a lot of them were taking some crashes as they were playing around.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Laying out this backflip. Simon going so far and then landing perfectly. He's got a lot of suspension to work with those long legs and using it perfectly there. And then this big 360 coming around. He looks like he's balanced over his feet, lands again so perfectly and getting onto that right ski. I mean, that's just such textbook skiing. And this is where things get sticky for Simon.
Oh, yeah, same like Turdell, an instant punch front.
Gets the shifties, looking balanced. Yeah, there was just no holding that. The feet come to a dead stop immediately. And you know, Simon's working with a lot of leverage as a very tall man and going straight over the front of his skis and down. And you could see in his reaction, I mean, because Simon, his result in the last event, not quite what he was looking for. I think he finished 17th. So this one with a no score, the skis coming off, he's now putting himself into a tight spot with 3 events to go before the cut, where he's going to need to see some strong results if he wants to make it onto the good side of that cut and compete at home at the Extreme.
Exactly. His goal was to ski the Beck, #1 goal for the season, and so he'll have to really ramp it up with those next 2 events.
Well, we carry on heartbreak to a world champion, 2022 Freeride World Tour champion. He was the 2019 Freeride Junior World Champion. He is the current kite surfing world champion, Maxime Chabloz. He was juiced at the face check this morning watching the Forerunners. He was one of the riders that just got so excited seeing the conditions. This man, I mean, he knows what to do. He knows how to win these events. He's only 23 years old, but it feels like Maxime's been around the Freeride World Tour forever because he came on so young and he came on with such a bang, winning the title in his rookie year. Chabloz looking into the void now and getting it started.
Perfect air off that top. That's a nice way to make use of that quick transition. He knew he had plenty of runway, take that first air, and have enough speed to make it over to the second part of the venue.
Yeah, exactly. Chabloz now coming up and over the rise. This is where gravity starts to work again for you instead of against you. Chabloz now coming down this perfect powder field, laying out a backflip all the way to the bottom. Wow, Maxime Chabloz just running out of transition there as he, I mean, the connection from the slope he was on to the lower face, he landed directly in the kink of it. That was so far. He's fine. Wow, that was enormous from Maxime Chabloz.
As you said, these riders, he's the first one to hit this feature. It's really hard to judge the speed, how much that powder is going to slow you down in the takeoff or how much you're going to speed up from it.
Well, and Chabloz, no stranger to going big, but unfortunately the tide going out on that landing. He just went so far, and now he's just going to enjoy a glory lap. Such a great start to this run, Hadley. Perfect fall line right out of the gate. Nice landing there.
Yeah. And here's where, you can see from the takeoff, just massive. And as you said, he landed past the landing, past where the skis make the transition with the snow.
Straight to the parking lot here. And he picked up a bunch of speed as he re-entered that track. That's where he should have landed, or where he probably would have liked to have landed, at the bottom of the transition instead of after it ends, in the kink in the terrain. So Chabloz, unfortunately, splatting himself. Again, you know, we talk about powder comps being all glory, but there is this risk of honestly going too big and running out of landing. You know, it's like trying to land a jumbo jet on a mall parking lot. Like, it just ran out of space there. So Maxime Chabloz, another no score as he pops his way down. He's still getting tons of powder on the way down, but the 22 world champ not going to have a say in the standings today. And another one, you know, similar to Simon Perdon, where he had a crash in the first event. So putting himself now into a bit of a pickle for the rest of the season, where he needs some strong results to get up on the good side of the cut.
Exactly. He finished 15th, so he's got some work ahead of himself. But what we love about the tour is every competition is a new start.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the glorious Val Thorens just laid out behind us as this Lac Noir face bringing exactly what we hoped, which is fireworks, starting things off with ski men, and we are right back up. Tenra Katsuno, this guy, he is so dedicated to skiing that after the Bakira stop, he flew home to Japan to finish a film project and then came back to Europe. He has been on the move. And Tenra, I mean, he's he loves powder. He grew up in Niseko in Japan, so this kind of surface conditions is going to suit this guy to a T. He is a powder hound. He loves it, and he is fired up to get things going from start 3.
I'm excited to see what he do. This kid can do any trick he wants, and I think this part of the venue is perfect for him.
Starting things off with a huge backflip. Perfect landing for Tenla. Just adjusting his trajectory a little bit as he gets cross court. Going side hill with another backflip. If you thought he was out of control, you thought wrong. As Tenla now lofting off this one. Popping a nice shifty, getting the safety grab. Tenla is cooking one up.
Oh, just every 5 seconds hitting a new feature. Linking perfectly over those rocks, finding the transition. If you can hear through our microphones, the crowds next to us are going wild, and they are lined up and stacked deep.
Well, Tenla, without a blink, feature to feature to feature to feature. And that last one, there were some questions if that would work as a single because there's a weird little kink in the takeoff. It almost looked like he tail tapped the rocks, but no problem at all. If there was no energy in it. There's a little bit of a weird bump in the traverse now. As a few more riders go over it, the snow gets a bit more compacted on the approach to the finish arch. Tenla making his way down through the lower section. A banger run for the man from Japan. Well, let's take a look back at this replay. What a start.
Huge backflip to start, and he gives himself about a second and a half to go again. And you would think with that kind of miss of control that he would pause. Nope.
No, almost throwing the backflip over the side. Just getting pushed maybe a bit into the back seat, but the angle of this is absolutely insane. It looked like he's out of control, and then the next thing you know, he's flipping, and then Tenla flying off this one that caused Simon Perrodon problems, landing perfectly. Like we said, he knows how to ski in powder, and then look at this bump, boom. Oh yeah, little tail tap just before the rocks, but no problem at all. Just left a track, but actually didn't put any pressure on the skis there for Tenla.
The top section was so sick. Thank you. A bit sketch, but.
All right, well, the judges have had their say for Tenra Katsuno. It's up 76-6-7 for Tenra, so he is going to slide into 5th. A solid result there. He finished 10th in Spain. So, I mean, we're nowhere near even halfway through the field, so who knows where that's going to end up. You can see the Peak Performance setup here. They've got the big air mattress, having a party in France, a freeride party at Val Thorens. Martin Bender holding it down at the top with the 91.67 Valentin Rainer. Right behind him, wow. Well, this is just everything we hoped it would be. POW Comp in France, the vibes absolutely electric. The crowd's thick on the ridgetop watching as we go back up to start 1. The next rider out of the gate from Whistler, Tom Pfeiffer, setting a record for G-forces in Spain. His carved sensors on his boots showed 16 Gs in his Tomahawk. Basically, he is an astronaut. Tom Pfeiffer, World Tour Tom, back on the tour. An absolute staple on the Freeride World Tour, coming out of Whistler Blackcomb, 4 seasons on the tour. And earning his way back this year through the Challengers, Tom Pfeiffer in the Gnar. This is where he lives and breathes.
The steeper it gets, the better his skiing becomes. I think he's going to lace through this. You see him just moving through this rocky
terrain. Taking that as a double. Now Tom Pfeiffer approaching the area. Looks like he got, I don't know what happened. Did he lose a ski there?
Yep. Yeah, his ski is gone.
Oh, Tom Pfeiffer just walking out of his ski. Can't even see where it happened. Just coming to an abrupt stop. The drone looking for his ski.
You could see him get really trenched in one turn.
Yeah, we're as confused here as Tom is. As another one, the emotion just pouring there. Tom absolutely frustrated. The ski just deciding it didn't want to play anymore. There it is. Just right in the middle of a track. I don't know. That was weird. Maybe the replay will show us something. Tom with a really hot start.
just skipping. I mean, you can see the rocks in those first landing, and they caused him no issue whatsoever.
Sailing off that straight into the air again, getting a little bit out of sorts in the air, but then handling it, slowing himself down as we see the drone's eye view. Great landing, back into the air again, landing that fine. And then he's approaching the takeoff of the double. His ski just came off.
His ski just came
The
off.
downhill ski, that's the one that gives you all your grip, all your direction, and all your control, just walking out of it.
Oh, heartbreaking for Tom.
Well, that is brutal. So now we've got another rider with the 2 results on the side of things that you don't want to be. That is heartbreaking for Tom Pfeiffer, as his ski just deciding it didn't want anything to do with it. I really, hard to understand that one, but Tom Pfeiffer, you could see him when he flopped over there, just confused, not really understanding what was going on. He's just laying into a turn. So Tom now just has this, this time, hopefully the powder takes some of the sting out of it.
Yeah, and again, it's 6 comps. You really have to believe, like, okay, I can just put pedal to the metal for the rest of them.
Well, and the talent and drive and ability is certainly there for Tom, so he's going to have to reset and go home to Kicking Horse and see what he can do there. But we are straight back into it here. Abel Moga. Abel getting himself a season wild card in Spain, and now he is going to be on the tour for the rest of the year. Locked himself in with a 12th place finish, and Abel out of start 1, but going in a different direction.
Oh, fascinating. We haven't seen anyone go over this direction from start 1.
Well, it looks like he's trying to get as much speed as he can. When are we going to see him pop back? Oh, huge backflip off the corners for Abel, and straight into a punch front.
Also lost. Does he have both of his skis?
No, his ski leaving the chat there. I mean, while he was roasting down the ridge top, you could see something was cooking for Abel. There's no way that you'd ski down that ridge with that kind of pace unless you had some seriously nasty intent. And oh, por favor, what could have been for Abel Moga. As unfortunately, yeah, the ski's gone there. So, but let's look as that backflip, enormous. He lands, it looks okay for a second, but on the first punch front, the ski deciding it was not interested in staying involved in what Abel wanted to do to it.
No, but what a skill set. I mean, cornices, they are nothing to mess with. And if you're going to launch off of them, you also are going off of them completely blind. He had to really study where he was going to do that takeoff.
Yeah, so blind. And his trajectory was perfect. He was over the rocks. He was clear of everything. He had transition on the landing. The snow maybe just proving to be a little bit too deep as another rider going over the tips of his skis. He's trying to direct the ski runner now to find that lost ski. The snow up there is so deep. So, you know, we had a hot start with a lot of stomped runs out of the right off the bat. Now, Lac Noir starting to bite back a little bit. There's definitely some challenges with this deep snow.
Exactly. I think riders are realizing that and potentially making some adjustments as they're at the top.
Yeah, I mean, ideally they're watching what their competitors are doing from the top, and they can adjust. But there's not a lot you can do when you don't know exactly the surface you're going to land on, or in this case, land in. So you set your legs and hope that it's going to work. But I think a little bit of a tails first approach in this deeper snow is going to work. But then if it's hard, you backslap. So it is a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of a roll of the dice, and it's one of the things a little bit more inconsistent. All right, we are going back to the top of start 3 with Oscar Menden, our second French rider of the day, coming out of Avoriaz, the backflip master. Oscar looking for a strong result, looking to come back. He had a 19th in the last event, and Oscar Menden now on the Lac Noir face. Backflip incoming?
I believe so. He did his first freeride comp here ever, and so I think he's got some really great memories. Also, podium in a slopestyle event, so we'll see. As he shows us, he's got the tricks in the bag.
Perfect backflip as Oscar with another one way past the bomb holes, landing perfect, trying to get control as he comes up and over this one, clearing the rocks. Oscar Menden with intensity as he is putting the pedal to the metal here on the Lac Noir face. He's got another big one here following the tracks that we saw collecting 2 for the price of 1 there. And the French crowd going ballistic here for their home hero, Oscar Mandin. What a great run for the Frenchman.
That must feel so nice. He fell his first hit in Baccarat, so he's pretty excited. I think that hometown energy, the fresh fromage, he is back, he is ready to go, and he's such a multi-disciplined rider.
Yeah, I love watching Oscar ski. He's got that stacked up intensity where the runs just build and build and build and build. There's no dead space at all. And he's shown time and again why he is a Freeride World Tour favorite. And I mean, in this place specifically, with the French fans just going absolutely nuts. I mean, I can't even explain the vibe here on the ridgetop and all around the resort. These fans are so behind their heroes.
Setting up perfect way to start the comp. Huge backflip. Perfect landing.
Yeah, you could see the skis slow down slightly, but Oscar muscling through it. Another big backflip. And this one, he had to get onto that left ski immediately. And that little nub there, slowing him down just the right amount to give himself direction for the next one. So many features here on this run for Oscar.
Just playing bingo with the mountain.
And then taking that one a little bit more skiers left to turn it into a double. Direct, aggressive, fast, and fluid for Oscar Mandin, and the crowd loving it. Electric vibes here in Val Thorens.
Malade. Tellement beau. Bon Dieu. Bon Dieu. Il est à la maison, Steve.
All right, well, the judges have had their say. Score coming in 87 for Oscar Mandin, moving him into a podium position. They loved it, so not going to bother Martin Bender there in the hot seat. Here we go. Look at this electric crowd. You can buy your favorite riders' bibs on freerideworldtour.com, so these fans have the home heroes on their bibs, going absolutely ham here for their favorite Freeride World Tour riders. Woo! Val Thorens bringing the heat. So Martin Bender, Valentin Rainer, Oscar Mandin, the other hometown hero, getting bumped off the podium there. Mathys Fornasier, Tiemo Rolshoven rounding out the top 5. And then as we look a little further down, a whole bunch of NSs. That means no score. If your ski or snowboard comes off, then the judges give you a no score. So you will be ranked as you were up to that point. We're going back up to start 2, though, for our next rider, Edvin Olsson, the man from Åre, Sweden, raised inches from the base of the ski lift. This guy is so smooth, so stylish, and so strong. I love watching Edvin ski with a 13th under his belt so far, so he's going to want to step that up, and I have no doubt that these powder conditions are going to be catnip for the Swedish rider.
Setting himself up, just hiking again. Their run doesn't start until they drop, so they're allowed to go across this cornice line until they're ready.
Yeah, so he's up and over now. Edvin Olsson, he's behind the cornice ridge. We'll see popping out, airing off the cornice.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that was clean. Edvin Olsson, he's another tall rider similar to Simon Perrodon, where he's got lots of travel in the suspension, just bouncing his way through the powder. I mean, this is just... It's a nice little break, and it's a chance to kind of bring the playful side into it as they move across the flats. The snow there is so deep. He's going to get back into that track now to give himself some pace as he heads into the part where it rolls over and we can get some speed up.
Really strong technical skier. He can bend the ski, can enjoy some powder turns, and he can also very smooth in the air.
Yeah, Edvin Olsson now picking up speed. He's got a track to work with, popping himself up and over in the air. Nice connection back with the transition. Big nose awaiting Edvin Olsson. Lofty 360, just clearing the rocks, but not able to hold on. That was close. Not maybe quite enough speed on that one for Edvin.
I think so. Another ski missing. This venue is eating skis. You can see as his leg just dips so far down into the snow. It is deep in these landings. You've had a ton of slough sort of build up on top of already the 30 centimeters that fell last night.
Getting the wave there from the Swedish man. So he's okay. He's just going to have to reconnect himself with his equipment. A heartbreaker for Edvin Olsson. as another one putting himself into a tough spot after 2. This start was so sick. I mean, as you said earlier, Hadley, that is dead blind. You just have to trust your scoping, and you know, visual inspection makes that so difficult.
And I love the way he just confidently rides. He's fairly quiet guy.
So he did clear the rocks, but I think the landing maybe just a touch too flat there.
Yeah.
So Edvin waiting for the ski runners, maybe just going to take things into his own hands and start boot packing, wallowing more like it, up through this deep powder. Sometimes when you're hiking in powder, you have that moment, you could almost see it in Edvin's body language there, where you're like, oh, this is really deep and difficult.
Deep and difficult, and not what you want to do after you've just crashed. Really let the heartbreak set in here. Well, we see Martin Bender. That's another big challenge that's not going to bother him in that hot seat, sitting in the beautiful sunshine. Singing songs and having a good time. We've got the ski ninja coming in, looking for the ski.
Yeah, Edvin can put his ski back on. We got people to take care of business for these riders when things get a little haywire, as we just saw for Edvin Olsson. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag here for the riders, finding the right landings, finding the connection, and having the ability to hold on in those deep powdered landings. Definitely proving not as easy as we might have thought when we arrived here for a POW comp.
Exactly. You know, unpopular opinion, I, in my comp days, loved the hard pack comp days. You knew what you were going to get, and you knew that as long as you went to the gym all summer, you could handle those landings.
Yeah, there is something to be said for consistency. You know, if you know what you're getting, then you know how to set your body, set your legs for the impacts. This is a little bit more of a question mark when riders get into the air. And it was good to look back at the replay and see that Edvin, he cleared the rocks. His carry, his distance was appropriate, was the right distance for the air, just unable to keep it together in that deep snow. You can see him even just standing there without any more. All right, we're back up to the top. Ross Tester with the win in Bakir Barrett. This run was insane. Hadley, all the pieces coming together.
All the pieces and all the fire. This guy was going fast and hot.
92. What?
Well, he was probably the only one surprised by that score. Ross Tester, he's looking like he's going to be starting from start number 1. He will be wearing the golden bib. That is the current leader of the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance in the ski men's category, which is where we are at right now. He's the 16th rider out of 21. So we are ticking away through the ski men's field as we look up start number 1. It is steep and gnarly up there. The French Alps providing an absolutely spectacular backdrop for this day. So Ross, he's back from the gate a little bit as he wants to take some heat into the first feature. You can see directly in front of him, there's a little ledge there, and Ross looking to get a bit of pace as he's going to push himself and slingshot out of the gate for our current leader, Ross Tester. Well, a 360 right out of the start gate, and another one. Ross Tester getting control, a little hung up on the rocks there, Hadley, as he makes his way into this extremely steep part of the face.
Whew, are you entertained, or is it just me? I mean, we were wondering if that steep section would have any tricks involved, and Ross just answered us.
Yeah, coming across now onto this nugget, laying out a backflip with a late 180.
Yeah.
Wow, what did I just see? Ross bringing full freestyle into this section. A huge long backflip there. Ross Tester. Wow, I don't even know what to make of that. I mean, it happened so quickly, spinning right out of the start gate. The backflip with the late 180, was that on purpose? For sure it was on purpose.
Definitely.
Ross doesn't do things by accident.
You know, the last few days I've been watching Ross on YouTube quite a bit, but he's been watching a lot of like Blizzard of Oz, real late 80s, 90s skiing, and I think he's so entertained by what can you do on a pair of skis.
Yeah, he's always kind of testing the boundaries, he's got like an old school flavor, but with a full new school mentality. And I mean, that was just incredible. The top section alone, bang, 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 right out of the start gate, 3 hits before you could blink, spinning. Well, hopefully we'll see it again, but I think both ways there. Ross Tester, again, the skill set is so complete. He has all of the aspects. Let's go back up to the top, Hadley. Oh, he would switch on the gate.
Oh, man, that is a certain level of commitment. And then you see here, it's like his feet are almost on fire. He's making such quick turns.
Backflip, late 180, trying to land switch, like barrel rolling out of it. So line score, absolutely max. Definitely going to be a little bit of a significant dock and control. And then flipping that feature that looks like it's not even a meter high. Ross Tester using every ounce of the juice out of this orange here on the Lac Noir face. Whoa,
creativity through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximum creativity for the Palisades at Tahoe rider. This guy is a force on the Freeride World Tour, and he would be high on my list of people that love skiing the most.
Nice run, bro. That's sick. What happened on the flip? I was trying to land switch. I tried to land switch. Man. So sick. You're crazy. What do I get? 50?
Well, the boys looking at the screen here. The score coming in for Ross Tester, 63. So yeah, that control issue definitely costing him as he moves into 9th. But Ross making a statement
like every turn I made.
That he wants to, he's a pioneer in the field here. He's trying things that nobody's even thinking about. A backflip to late 180, landing switch in powder. Incredible there. So Martin Bender, that's got to be a big one when you're down there in the hot seat to see Ross Tester come down and not knock you out. He's going to start to slow his breathing a little bit, but there are still some extremely talented riders yet to go. This next man, certainly one of them, Joan Aracil, the Andorran rider. You know, back a few years ago in Andorra at the Arcalys or Dino Arcalys Pro, providing a real scary moment as a wild card, but then coming back in the last event at his sort of home event in Spain, bringing the thunder, getting himself into the top 15 there with an 11th place finish, and Joan Aracil proving that he belongs here in the field at the Freeride World Tour, looking like he's going to be pushing at a start number 3. You can see just a light breeze. Val Thorens just sprawling out behind. These valleys are enormous, and you can see the backdrop here, snow covered on every aspect. If anybody's not watching this competition right now, they are going to be absolutely loading up on powder, because this is a magic day here in the Trois Vallées.
And there's still a lot of tracks out there to be had. If you haven't booked your ticket to Val Thorens, maybe today is the day to do so.
All right, so just getting word from event control that we're just on a little bit of a hold here while the ski dudes are collecting Edvin Olsson's ski. So we will have Joan Aracil pushing out a start 3 as soon as the venue is clear. You certainly don't want to be backflipping into Edvin's ski or a ski runner who's trying to find it. So as we just look here at the crowd building, this is one of about 15 pockets of people scattered all over this Val Thorens hillside that are just loving the action here at the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance.
The crowd is wild, and you know, to be honest, Derek, I'm still processing the idea that Ross decided going in backwards at the top of this venue was his goal.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's why he wanted to push out with some pace. Ross Tester, he's just bringing unique, creative aspects and abilities to this that we haven't seen before. Every single time he pushes out of the gate, you just have no idea what you're going to see. So this is tough, you know, mentally for Joan right now, having this hold when you're in the gate. What does that do for a rider?
Exactly, but we see Edwin now is coming down the face. He's got both of his skis back. But yeah, that mental game when there's a delay really makes you question everything that you've been doing.
sometimes it's like the question of a bit too much time to think. You know, you need to not turn your brain off, but you do need to be locked into competition mode, and you get these weird delays and gaps, and they can have an effect on an athlete. But we are locked in and ready for the Andorran rider Joan Aracil riding out of Ordino Arcalis. A strong result in stop number 1, and Joan now on the move on the Lac Noir face.
Heading towards that first feature that we've seen a ton of backflips off.
You'd be crazy to bet against. Oh, a 360 for Joan Aracil, landing perfectly. That was beautiful. And now back in control where we saw other riders flying. Now the backflip. Joan Aracil, over the front. He does have both his skis though, so that's a great start for Joan Aracil as he is able to continue this run.
He really makes a solid, this man can turn. He can make a solid turn.
Whoa, yes! Plunging into the powder. Joan Aracil going for an absolute country mile. That top nugget, it's got a, now that it has a track into it, the riders can take that as far as they want. And Joan with the huge spread eagle flying off that.
So nice. He said he's been working a lot with a mental coach, and I think that really shows. He was able to handle that break. He had some bobbles, but smooth, clean riding for the rest of it.
Yeah, and the 360 off the top, I think that's the first non-backflip off that feature that we've seen. I was ready. I was ready for a backflip here, and Joan Aracil just flipping the script and changing the plot on us for doing a perfect 360. If you watch his Instagram, he's got a deep, deep bag of tricks, and he's out there just sending all the time, flipping, spinning. As he approaches this first one, he had a little funky foot thing there, but then the 360 couldn't have been better.
It's like he never took off the way he landed.
Lofty backflip, so laid out into the somersault, and no break in fluidity as he kind of got a bit sat down there. And then this one, look how far he goes.
Just the hang time.
Yeah, he almost went Eddie the Eagle style, getting the wind under his skis, trying to direct himself in the air a little bit. The Mammut line tracker showing extremely direct, except for that little deviation from the fall line there for Joan Aracil after. He's loving it though.
Got the big one. Yeah. Nice, dude. Oh, fuck.
All right, here comes the score for Joan Aracil with that control issue of 53.67. So Joan into 11th, and you know, with the field kind of exploding in some cases the way it has, there's still a potential for a keeper result here for Joan. He's already got an 11th, so we'll see, but there is still a big handful of talent stacked up. Martin Bender right now in first place in the hot seat for a while. He dropped 8th. We're down to 18th. So 10 big challenges fended off for the Swiss rider as he sits in the hot seat. But we're back up to start number 2 with Whistler Freeride Club's Weitien Ho. He's a peak performance rider. He is so unique in his line choice. He's looking at different sections of the face all the time. He's only 20 years old. This man has such a unique way of looking at faces, and he just wants to do things that are interesting to him. So getting out of the gate, he has to go uphill a little bit. Again, as you said earlier, Hadley, no dock on fluidity for the riders if they need to get up and over something at the start. It doesn't start judging until they drop in. And look at the void under Weitien here. Into the powder, landing. Picking up speed with a huge 360. Weitien executing, getting things started with a bang. And now into this track, Weitien into the speed tuck, just trying to carry across the flats here. What a hot start for the young Whistler rider.
Really perfect. He loves a transfer, which requires a certain set of eyeballs.
Well, and he's certainly got the eye. Now into the powder, Weitien Ho picking up speed. Oh, screaming seaman all the way down, landing, getting control again. His feet are so quick. Huge 360 for Weitien Ho, sticks it! Oh! The crowd erupting here. The Canadian rider putting on a clinic.
Massive backflip.
Oh no, Weitien, another victim to that low air.
Oh, the heartbreak. That top of this line was so unique, so special. He rode it like nobody else.
The deep snow down there. Weitien, you can see his ski poking up his pole. The piece is just coming off. The snow is so deep down there, and Weitien Ho was on a heater before it came apart on that final huge feature.
Oh, I loved the top of his run. That was so unique, so special. And I think it's, you know, this bottom section also is where a lot of slough is accumulating throughout the day. So it's not only the fresh snowfall, it's all of the other snow on top of it from the riders.
Let's look back at the top of this, Hadley. Big powder cloud launching the 360 cross court, so he has transition there.
Yeah, a little throwback to the 80s.
Landing in that deep powder and then right into this 360, rotating the right amount, going way down in the powder.
Perfect
So
stop.
good. And this is where things went wrong for Weitien. Down to the bottom. I think he landed in a hole. He landed in the hole of one of the other riders, and just the G out there is so instantaneous, getting flipped over the front. So Weitien Ho, he's got one of his skis.
Looks like one potentially is just right above him.
So that pit taking no prisoners there. Weitien Ho was on one, but unfortunately the last feature, as we've seen from quite a few riders here, gobbling him up as he went all the way down into the landing and landing in a bomb hole. So that's another one of the challenges of a powder comp, especially for these riders dropping a little bit later in the field, is those bomb holes. They have a lot of shape. You know, they go deep, they go back uphill at the front side of them.
Wow, but spectacular riding, and if this is the kind of riding we're seeing out of him in his early 20s, we've got a full, long career ahead that I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, Weitien Ho, not going to be his day, but he is certainly not the only one. As we're looking here, the next man in the gate, Marcus Goguen. We've got the folks from Carve on board this year, measuring the forces and the speeds. So the G forces there as Marcus Goguen impacted into the ground, 7 Gs. That is fighter pilot territory. Rocket launch. You know, we saw Tom Pfeiffer as well, Carve measuring 16 Gs in his Tomahawk. So Marcus now getting set to go. Marcus Goguen making a huge splash in his debut on the Freeride World Tour. He was the Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorite. He is going to be dropping from start number 1. Buckle your seat belts for this run because there is action in store for us. Marcus Goguen, the next man pushing out of the gate, took a couple of wins last year and brought the battle to Mathys Fornasier for the overall title. Marcus Goguen riding out of Whistler, BC. Another product of the Whistler Freeride Club. These kids are just going off. And best friends since childhood with our last rider, Weitien Ho. But now on course and ready to spice things up. Marcus Goguen kicking out on the Lac Noir.
Out of start 1, riding down that ridgeline. What?
Oh!
Are you kidding me?
Backflipping off the cornice, over the rocks, onto the left ski. Marcus Goguen getting a little tangled up in the powder, and now trying to gather speed as Marcus above all these rocks. Just holding on there.
Oh, my mouth is on the floor.
What? Another 360. Marcus Goguen packing more into the shortest piece of terrain on this run. A big shifty down into the powder. What are they feeding this guy? That was
speechless. What a run. What he was able to do with such a small section and such a steep section of the venue was incredible.
Yeah, you know, we've seen this as a hallmark of Marcus's runs where he's got the send, but the ski technique to change direction at 1,000 miles an hour in you know, unsettled or variable conditions, some powder, some not. On that steep part, there's some slough that's run down, so you never quite know. You saw at one point a ski kick up, but he's able to make turns in places and at speeds that other people just can't make, and pack features into a run that just almost don't make sense. Adding one there, that one was just for him.
Fun. You know, these riders love to ski. I mean, that's below the judging point and still not able to pass up an air.
Can't resist. Cannot resist. Well, Marcus Goguen, let's look back up at the top of this run, Hadley.
Just straight, full commitment. This is a huge backflip.
Off the cornice and over the cliff. And then straight off this one. Now he's got to get on that left foot to change direction. And then coming into this, 360ing over the band of rocks, click, clack, bingo, bango, he's done. That was so quick, so fast, and so packed with action on that far skier's right side of the face. Oh, I don't envy the judges right now. You know, comparing that to what Martin Bender did, I don't even know how you do it. It was in such a different place as these two friends catch up.
That's so sick.
You want to go good? Obviously. Whew. That was pretty sketchy. It's kind of hard to ski how deep it is.
Yeah, but it was really, really sick, huh? Nice line.
Thanks, boss. Well, happy I landed. Not what was planned, but c'est bon.
C'est bon.
C'est bon.
Marcus putting that elementary school French to use as we now look at the people who have things in their hands, that panel of judges.
3 of them?
Yeah.
Sick.
Not very original, but...
No.
Well, I love hearing the catch-up chat after the runs.
Yeah, Marcy. A little deeper in there than you thought.
So we have the 2022 Junior World Champ and the 2023 Junior World Champ. Now here, waiting for the judges to have their say. So comparing the criteria, the line score, the technique, the fluidity, the air and style, definitely for both of these riders, pumping out off the top of the scale.
Yeah, I fully improv'd it. It was a backup plan, plan B.
What's it good? Did it feel good though?
It was okay. I'm just happy I landed, honestly.
Okay, well, the judges have had their say. 91.67 is the score to beat. Does not quite. 88.67. So Marcus Goguen only into third there with that run. So the judges having their say. It's not going to be enough to knock Martin Bender out of the hot seat, but still a podium position so far. But 2 riders still to go. Oscar Mundin, the Frenchman, now down into third. So Valentin Rainer's run, the judges deciding had a little bit more meat on it than what we saw there from Marcus Goguen. Incredible action here in the Freeride World Tour. The Val Thorens Pro providing fireworks for the ski men as we are back up to the top, and this is another huge threat. The Kiwi, the man riding at a treble cone. He took a win last year in Fieberbrunn with one of the smoothest runs we've ever seen on the Freeride World Tour. Ben Richards, 24 years old, and he is a huge threat here to that hot seat spot of Martin Bender. Ben Richards has been having a blast in Val Thorens, and I know he's going to have a good time on this run.
I can't wait. Ski Racer Taylor is 18, so he's so good at technical riding, but man, he likes to spend a lot of time in the air.
Oh, the smoothness of that 360. He just makes it look so effortless, floating a lofty crosscourt, exploding into the powder, and a totally different take on this feature. Wow, Ben Richards, full pin. Whoa! That is textbook Ben Richards, almost never deviating from the fall line, doesn't need to slow down because he knows exactly where he's going, just enough change in direction to go where he wants to go, and then full throttle off of every feature.
Like a warm knife through butter. That man is smooth.
Yeah, if you had to draw a Ben Richards run, that was it. The 360 at the top, just all effortless smoothness, and Ben now just flipping into the bottom section here, making his way through these bumps, trying to stay upright through the tracks.
I always am amazed by his skiing is the fact that you notice other skiers, their legs are getting thrown side to side, but watch when he lands. It's so solid and so smooth. There's no impact, there's no wobbling, there's no wiggling. It's just perfect.
Yeah, and this trajectory, so nice, where other people are getting impacted in the landing. Look at the bars, control, technique, fluidity. It can't go higher. If it could shatter through the end of it, it would, because Ben Richards executing absolutely perfectly.
Oh, sick, Joan. The best flow as always for you. So easy.
Yeah, Bender giving Ben some props there for always finding the best snow. He's a POW hunter.
Sexy Benji.
This guy.
All right, we're waiting for the score
We can say hello
for
to
the
Adam.
Kiwi
Hello.
standout. A legend in the making on the Freeride World Tour. Bender wearing the Valaisan flag of the Valais region of Switzerland. Ben representing for the Kiwi crew. Only got 2 Kiwis on the World Tour this year.
And he's really continuing that A. Paul, Jackie's brother, Andrew Pollard style of just smooth transitions.
Oh yeah, passing it down from Drew Tabke to Andrew Pollard, now to Ben Richards. There's always at least one rider.
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, Ben always was with such good style. And as we said, the Kiwis just producing year after year after year some of the best free riders on the planet. And Ben Richards definitely holding the torch for that crew right now with that run. The judges, once again, you know, they've got their work cut out for them. Comparing what Martin did, what Ben did, what Marcus did, what Valley did, they're all super different, but all unbelievably impressive. Such strong riding from this crew. The level is just insane right now, and I love watching it. Having a front row seat to this show is pretty special.
We're enjoying it. A few hundred Frenchmen to our left are enjoying it, and I hope you at home are enjoying as well.
Well, how could you not? I mean, we are seeing the Val Thorens Pro blowing up here with such spectacular action from all the ski men. And let's not forget, this is the first category of 4. Here we go. Score coming in for Ben Richards as we move up and up and up. 80 points for Ben Richards. So that is going to put him into 7th so far with only one person to go. And the crowds are going to go buck for this next rider. Well, look at this guy. He has been in the hot seat for a hot minute, and he is looking pretty comfortable there. The French crowd's on the hillside. We got flags, we got signs, we have cutout head. Oh, that's Virgile Didier, the cutout, the big head cutout of the next man who will be dropping out of the gate. Another French rider from just down the road in Chamonix, France. Virgile Didier with a great start. He was the first rider of the season in ski men to kick things off at the last event. He's a rookie on the tour. He skied like a veteran, and he is now doing it for the home crowd. Goosebumps across as the crowd gets ready to watch their hometown hero fire it up. 24 years old. Virgile Didier finishing 9th at the last event, so sitting 9th in the overall standings. And he is ready to go, Virgile Didier on the Lac Noir.
Dropping into the face, another person that's great at blending the ski racing style and the huge technique and huge airs as well. Going someplace a little bit new and different.
Whoa, big backflip into the powder with a huge face shot. The crowd going nuts here as Virgile Didier on this kind of untapped section, now coming into some tracks, popping a big backflip over the entire section. Oh! Virgile Didier, is he gonna come? Well, he comes out of the cloud. Who knows what happened there? Not us. And off the nose.
Perfect control, perfect technique. Where other people have been having problems, he just knew how to control himself down and then dropped into his now what's become a signature tuck.
Yeah, Virgile Didier always looking for a bit more speed on any competition face, waving the pole. The French crowd loving this. This is the last rider in the ski men's category. And this track going out is starting to get a little bit rugged.
He hears his fans. You know, he's coached by sort of the local legend here, Kevin Gurry, and you can really see it. Again, we talked about these kids have been coached from so young, and they're really entering the Freeride World Tour with such experience, such knowledge, and such high skill sets.
Well, as we look back here, I mean, that didn't even look like a takeoff, but Virgile Didier just punting out into the powder field. And this one, over all those rocks, perfect landing. A little bit, maybe he got tipped onto his side on that one. He disappeared into the powder cloud, so it was hard to tell. And you can see that was really smart because you could see Virgile ski past the bomb holes where Edvin and Weitien and Simon got gobbled up. He took that a little bit shorter, landed on his feet.
Yeah.
There we see the crowd going wild.
Well, we are getting a show here.
Yes. C'est fédéral.
The Scott pro rider putting on a show for his hometown fans there. Virgile Didier, as you said, you know, he's working with Kevin Gurry. Kevin has been instrumental in getting this event off the ground. You know, putting it to first the folks at the Freeride Tour, then bringing it to the people here in Val Thorens to connect the dots and get a Freeride World Tour stop in Val Thorens, France. And huge thanks to Kevin for making that happen. He was a forerunner. He was cutting cornices. Now he's helping guide the ski runners when people go down. He is working hard, and Virgile Didier doing his part here for the hometown crowd. An enormous run for the young French rider out of Chamonix. Wow.
Quand je l'ai ouvert, j'étais là, oh. Allez, à la maison, un petit podium pour les copains. Les copains.
Bon, peu importe les résultats, nous on est là. On est là.
He's asking the judges to put him on the podium. He's done his part. Now it's up to the judges. That was a strong run for the French rider. The crowd's electric. The vibe absolutely firing here. A powder comp in Val Thorens. The Trois Vallées providing the backdrop for this incredible show. That was the last rider in the ski men's category. So the worst Martin Bender can do is second right now. The judges have it in their hands as they're putting all the categories into play. The riders needing to meet all the criteria: line score, technique, fluidity, air and style, and so many aspects that the riders need to hit. And the catch-up chat here between them. Virgile going back to his spot. Got to stay in front of that backdrop. The Scott rider there just lighting it up. And here we go. The score, it goes up, up, up. 80.67 for Virgile Didier. It puts him into 7th, which means, and you can hear it in the background, Martin Bender has won his first Freeride World Tour competition. This was something everyone felt like was coming sometime or another. And let's take a look, Hadley, at where this leaves us for the overall, or the event scoreboard here at the Val Thorens Pro.
So we've got Martin Bender, the Swiss rider, in first. Valle, the Austrian, in second. Marcus Goguen with a heater run in third. Oscar Menden, the French legend, and Mathys rounding it out in 5th.
So French fans with 2 in the top 5. Ross Tester down there in 12th with that absolutely futuristic run. Toby Rafford, here we see a whole bunch of NSs there. No score. That means a ski or both skis came off. And that is a big number of no scores here, but that's one of the things that we kind of get in a powder comp. People go ballistic. Here we see our podium.
Let's go!
So the international who's who of freeride, Swiss, Austrian, and Canadian on the podium there. Martin Bender, Valle Rainer, and Marcus Goguen, 1, 2, 3 at the Val Thorens Pro. Incredible action here. Let's see what this has done to our overall standings. Now, Valle Rainer, the 23 world champ, moving into the top spot. Martin Bender taking a big jump up into 2nd overall. Ross Tester, Ben Richards, and Tiemo Rolshoven. That is your top 5. And we see a little bit of a shakeup here as we move down the rankings. Now, Turdell on the line and Joan Aracil on the outside of the window looking in as we go all the way down. A couple of riders there, Maxime Chabloz and Tom Pfeiffer, with 2 crashes in a row. Tams Marvell, unfortunately, unable to compete as he's had a knee injury. But we all send our best wishes out to Tams. Cannot wait to see you back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to beautiful Val Thorens, France, the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Derek Foose here, bringing you all the action with my co-host Hadley Hammer. We have been treated, Hadley, to a spectacular show so far. Val Thorens turning it on for us.
Merci beaucoup, Val Thorens. Here we have the women ski, which is about to start. Zuzanna Witych will be sending us off, followed by her friend Elisabeth Gerritzen. We've got Arianna Tricomi in the middle there, the winner Justine right in the middle, and then finishing with the 2 Americans, Chloe and Lily Bradley, rounding it off.
Well, another field that's absolutely stacked with talent. These riders are hungry to prove themselves. There's something special about a good result in a POW comp. I don't know exactly, well, I do know what it is. Let's take a look here, though. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride. 82% of you back in the hometown hero. Astrid Cheylus, the French rider, is definitely going to be strong here. Justine Duffour-Lapointe riding out of Canada with 78% of you getting the nod to see her on the podium. And Ari Tricomi, the 3-time world champ, with 36%. We saw Ari Tricomi, not, you know, she kind of rides the vibe, and the vibe here is electric and high. I have a feeling we're going to see a sparkling performance from the 3-time world champ there. But the bulk of the Peak Performance Fun Bet fans voting for France's own Astrid Cheylus. She's out of La Clusaz. Again, just around the corner, the French Alps providing the background. Val Thorens is the canvas. Lac Noir, the venue. It's a brand new venue. You said it before, Hadley. There's no historical data to work from. Nobody has even skied this. We've had inspection from the ridge, where you see us and the crowds. The riders were able to access the top and poke their heads over the top of the cornice to see exactly what it looked like. And we saw a few athletes really making the most of that. But we are now into ski women with the first rider of the day is Scott rider Zuzanna Witych, riding out of Poland. She lives in Valais, Switzerland. She is so strong. She's so fast. She grew up far from the mountains, so to see her savvy in the mountains is extremely cool, you know, to see that it's a skill set you can pick up. Out of start 2, Zuzanna Witych.
Straight into it, perfect off that top cliff, full commitment. She is not afraid to send, and we've already seen this in the first 5 seconds of the competition.
Oh no, oh, she just caught a ski in the powder. Zuzanna Witych going down in the flats there. One ski, as soon as your skis have even the slightest bit of different direction, one ski catches, and Zuza, that's heartbreaking to go down in that deep powder. Powder, it's a double-edged sword.
It totally is. 4 years on the tour, she's got good experience. She has great riding, and oh, that's heartbreaking.
Well, such a full send start for Zuza, dropping out of the start gate, 1 turn, and then off that big cliff. It's like menacing standing up there, the way it drops out from underneath the riders. So Zuza now, I mean, only the Forerunners track in this section, so at least it's a nice powder surface. Even over the slough, it's nice and soft. And now a big slash turn to redirect into this lower section. She's past the judging line now, so the judges will have had, well, they'll have seen what they need to see to start putting their numbers together for Zuzanna Witych.
Exactly. She had a really strong showing in back race. She has a 3rd place. You always have one comp that you get to throw away the score. I believe she'll probably pick this one and be able to just bounce right back for the next.
Oh yeah, Zuza's a veteran of the sport. She's got the mental fortitude to just put these little blips and bobbles on the shelf, leave them there, and move on. As we see her just making her way. This track has definitely gotten pretty rough, and there's a few big weird dips and dives in it that bump the riders around. So Zuzanna Witych, we see her. Right, we look back here, Hadley.
Yeah, the snow is just deep and heavy enough that you let one legs sort of get away from you, and it's really challenging to pull back from that. As you see, they've knocked her on control on that fluidity line, but technique is still there. She's still just such a great rider.
Yeah, that's a tough one to swallow for Zuzanna, falling victim to the snow being too good. As we see the Mammut line tracker there showing a very direct route down. Such a strong start for Zuzanna. She's got a podium under her belt already with a 3rd place in Bakir-Barrett, so she's going to just leave that one behind her as she makes her way. And the emotion, I mean, these riders, they care so much, right? They want to be standing on that podium at the end of the day with the French crowd cheering for them and the smoke bombs going off, the flags and everything.
I mean, this is a competition. They are going for the win, each and every one of these riders. You're not at the Freeride World Tour if you don't believe that you can win.
Yeah, confidence is everything, and that was just a bobble, a bump in the road for Zuzanna Witych, 38.33. The judges had that one ready to go, and she knows. She's the emotions clear with her body language and on her face there for Zuzanna Witych. Scott rider going down in the powder, so it's good, but it's difficult. It's tricky to keep things together as we are going to move on. Ski women on the venue here. Lac Noir providing the face here at beautiful Val Thorens, France. The return of freeride to the French Alps. We're looking back up at start number 2. The next rider doing it for Peak Performance, the 2021 Freeride World Tour overall champion. This is none other than Verbier's Elisabeth Gerritzen. That's start number 2. You can see the angles, even at this perspective, don't show how vertical it is out of the start. It is a free fall into the face right out of that pyramid start for these Freeride World Tour athletes. It's menacing, it's scary, it's also awesome.
Very much so, and this is the kind of face that Elisabeth is good at riding. She's a strong rider, she's a powerful rider, she can take huge airs, and we're excited to see what she puts down.
Yeah, you can see Lena Kohler there, the rookie just poking her head over. It's completely vertical, about 2 meters in front of that start gate. So you're looking from the start gate, basically at the finish corral, everything else just dropping away as we're getting set here for the run of the 2021 Freeride World Tour champion, Elisabeth Gerritzen, opting to take last year off and then getting the call up for the wild card super last minute, sitting in 9th right now after a thunderous crash in Bakira, going full throttle, absolutely pinned, as is her style. There's no brakes on this car.
I love her riding. I think she's one of the best riders to watch on the tour, and I'm so glad she said yes.
Oh, and that world title backs that up as Elisabeth Gerritzen poking her head over the edge straight out of the gate.
Into that first perfectly huge air, riding out clean and smooth.
Oh, and getting into this immaculate powder face. I'll tell you what, and this is pretty characteristic for these tour riders. Elisabeth enjoying powder skiing. She's, growing up in Verbier, she's had her fair share of pow riding. Coming down now into the lower section, it rolls away, so riders just getting a glimpse of where they need to go. This big spine forming on the top of that cliff as Elisabeth approaching off the spine into the powder, and a perfect powder reception there for Elisabeth Gerritzen.
She's just such a smooth, controlled rider. She really knows where she is in space, hitting her second air.
Deep, again, the landing so perfect. Now she moves across, and you can see the features stacking up underneath her, getting her bearings, moving across right off the nose. Elisabeth Gerritzen exploding into the POW, the Peak Performance rider, putting the puzzle together here. It's not easy to find your way. This lower section of the Lac Noir face, it's completely convex. So you could see each time it rolled away, she'd crane her neck a little bit, trying to make sure she's in the right place, because the riders have only looked at this from across the valley. They haven't stood on any of these features. So locking in the confidence to actually know where you're going is so critical.
It's such an art, and again, what a cliff looks like from the other side is rock, and from the top it's just a mound of snow. And if there's multiple little mounds of snow, you really have to know which one you're going off of.
Yeah, and then having the confidence that you do know, that you're believing that you've got it correct. And it's I think an underappreciated skill in these World Tour athletes. Look at this right out of the gate.
Really knowing how to control her speed and making sure she's always landing in the transition.
So the judging bars pumping as that air, that's a big one. It's a little flat there, but the snow providing the cushioning that Elisabeth needed to slow down enough and to connect with that landing. We've seen a number of riders in the ski men's category having trouble with those deep landings, going over the fronts of their skis. Elisabeth unbuckling the boots. You know, riders doing their boots up super tight. They want precise control over their skis, over the direction that they go. So Elisabeth Gerritzen getting the cheers from the homies at the bottom and a big smile. All right, well, the judges already knowing what they want to put down at 81.67. And a huge grin there from the world champ Elisabeth Gerritzen. A big hug for Zuzanna Witych. This is the contrast here, the glory and the heartbreak of freeride. Ellie with a great run, a run in the 80s. Zuza with a heartbreaking crash.
Good choice. Yeah. No.
Both are an integral part of this sport. Glory and heartbreak highlighted there from the two first riders in the ski women's field. As we are moving on, this is the Lac Noir face, a brand new face on the Freeride World Tour. It's certainly proving to have what it takes to host a Freeride World Tour event. As we fly back up to the start, we have 3 starts. We saw Elisabeth and Zuzanna dropping out of start 2. Those 2 peak performance flags signifying start number 3, where we are going to be looking at our next athlete, another Verbier rider, Jenna Keller, a ski instructor going way out to the left. She has such good technique. And Jenna Keller, wow, it's such good snow over there.
And going where no one else has gone. Opening up a face is such a unique skill set. You see her riding perfectly through the slough, through these airs. Really solid skiing.
Right? Oh! And Jenna just getting picked up by the slough there, I think, as she moved across it, and it just swept her feet out from under her. Now picking up speed, a deep landing there for Jenna Keller. So just not quite managing the slough control or slough management as she was moving across to her next feature. I love the fact that she went directly off the nose. That means the highest point of both of those cliffs. So now another air there for Jenna Keller. Oh, what could have been there for the Swiss rider. That was such a strong start. And as you said, Hadley, opening up a brand new section of this face, way out riders left. That was a really cool section of that face.
Really beautiful. Such nice riding. And again, slough management is just one of the what feels like about 100 different skill sets that you need in order to perform on the Freeride World Tour.
Well, Jenna now coming through. You can just see that, I mean, we have sun on the face, but it's not that warm. So the sun not really having much effect. It's blower, super light, super low moisture density in the snow. So Jenna now past that judging line. Just wiping the snow off her goggles. That's been a common factor for a lot of these riders, just getting put into the powder cloud, unable to see. As Jenna making her way on this now well-established traverse to the finish. You can see it's way down there, so the riders all have to do that. Let's look back here at this top section, Hadley.
I mean, just look at all that snow that's moving. That's the risk of taking your own line, and I love the confidence that she had going in. You see her riding with just strong body movements, strong landings.
Right off the nose of this feature, and you can see the freight train of slough coming as she makes this turn, and then she's going to go across that slough, and it just blows her feet right out from under her. So that was, you're perpendicular to the snow moving, and although the snow is light, there's a lot of it, and unfortunately, it just pushes your feet out from under you. And then a big air there at the bottom, trying to salvage a little bit, so there will be a control deduction for sure on that line for Jenna Keller, but the rest of it was really strong.
Really, really solid riding. It shows why she deserves to be on the tour, and I think she'll learn instantly from that mistake.
Yeah, and it's a hard one because sometimes even you think it's going to work, but maybe the speed's not quite there. You could maybe stay in the fall line and race it. All right, a 56 coming in. Jenna the nosebleed in there, so she must have gone down pretty hard when, I don't know which one that was on. She might have kneed herself in the face on the last one. Hard to tell. There's so many points of action in that run. So Jenna Keller, a warrior out here on the Lac Noir face. We're going back up to start number 2 for the 3-time Freeride World Tour champion, 18, 19, and 2020 world champ. She vibes on powder. She needs to feel good, to ski good, and Ari Tricomi was all smiles. We had a great powder run down to the face check this morning, and she was buzzing. So look for Ari Tricomi now. Arianna riding out of Italy to light it up here. Riding a wave of stoke for this powder competition.
She's excited, but she's a happy-go-lucky girl, but she also really wants to win, and she's looking for that next title. She loves competitive free skiing.
Yeah, you don't have 3 world titles unless you live and breathe for competition. And Ari getting out onto this big hanging nose, the stone cornice with the snow cornice on top, bomb drop below her. You can see she's getting her bearings, and now into it with some intent for Ari Tricomi.
And straight into that transfer like Weitien, such a nice full commitment and really making use of that short amount of landing space that you have by going cross court.
Yeah, aggressive start now for the 3-time world champ as she makes her way across. She's got these tracks to work with, so she's able to hold a little bit more speed than we saw other riders manage on this section, as now she's coming into the guts of the Lac Noir face, cruising down through some of these slough piles that we've seen stacking up from other riders moving through this section of the face.
Enjoying some snow, but quickly lining herself up for her next air. 360. Holding on, first woman to do a 360 in a comp, and that's become her signature.
Absolutely, trademark for Ari Tricomi. Ticking off another big feature there as Ari Tricomi. Now this section has quite a few more tracks, but even the tracks, they're not compressed or compacted because the snow is nice and soft. And Ari zipping around a couple features, so now with a ton of speed, she's got the arms out, the eagle flying, the Italian eagle roasting down the bottom powdery section of the face.
That middle lower section is still really steep. It really comes close to matching the top of steepness, and those riders can cruise through it fast.
So Ari Tricomi now, she's below the judging line. We've got a long stretch here of traversing after the judges have had their input, but before they actually get to the finish line. Couldn't really put the finish up any higher because of all the bushes, and it's not flat. So that was where the line could go. So the riders just having to make their way through these traverses to get down through the finish arch. Ari approaching that. So some really solid banger top section for Ari Tricomi, the 360, and then we'll see what the judges have to say. The lower section definitely skied past a few features on the way down. Line score, again, critical in the scoring criteria.
Exactly. You don't want to be just farming every little thing, but you also need to make sure that you're hitting what you're skiing.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into putting a Freeride World Tour run together. Ari Tricomi, certainly no stranger to putting winning runs together. She knows all the pieces, she knows the ingredients, she knows how to do it, and that one looked like she had a good time doing it.
I imagine we're going to see a smile at the finish line.
All right, let's take a look back here at the run of Ari Tricomi, bomb dropping right out of the start with it into a perfect powder landing.
Perfect powder, and again, taking use of that transfer, still being able to land in the steeps and then continue full speed to the second part of the venue.
Getting the speed up here, left 360, tails coming in first, landing in the powder and handling it, just continuing to move out in that left-hand direction. Then right off the nose of that, you see the slough just pouring off as Arianna takes off and then pinning it through that middle section, not messing with any of those lower pieces of terrain that caused some of the ski men so much trouble. Ari's digging for something in her backpack. She got her lunch in there. Ah! Keeping the sponsors happy, professional to the core.
Probably a little thirsty. 500 meters of riding is no joke, especially powder riding. It can be easy, but can also take some quad strength.
Yeah, that's thirsty work. So now the judge is busy comparing the run of Elisabeth Gerritzen to what we just saw from Arianna Tricomi, and just underneath. So Elisabeth Gerritzen holds on to the big threat there from the 3-time world champion. Arianna Tricomi moving herself into second. So a big start here. Heavy hitters all the way down this start list. Elisabeth Gerritzen, Arianna Tricomi, Jenna Keller holding on to third spot right now as we move on back up to start 2 to our current Freeride World Tour leader and 2023 world champion, 2-time Olympic medalist. This woman has so many things on the trophy case. She rides out of Mont-Saint-Sauveur. Montreal, Quebec is her home. She doesn't live in the mountains, but the peak performance rider straight out of the gate and into the heart of her run.
I really think she's exactly for that reason, one of the most exciting female riders to watch right now. She's so good at being a competitive athlete. She knows the mindset, she knows the technique, she just sticks with what she knows in herself.
Yeah, and Justine this morning said she just wanted to keep it nice and simple. She wanted to ski something she would be able to easily find. So following the track of Elisabeth Gerritzen there off a slightly different trajectory, powder landing again. This section proving popular here with the ski women. It looks so nice to ski. So Justine Duffour-Lapointe approaching this little nose here, popping off it with a backflip. Justine holding it. It's becoming her trademark. She's got the freestyle, her skiing on point. Another feature here for Justine. And connecting again perfectly. This is why this woman is wearing the golden bib, why she holds a world title from one season in the Freeride World Tour. And look at the body language there, the joy and the stoke of executing exactly the plan.
She has such great spirit. She's always smiling, she's always happy, she's excited to be here. And at the same time, she takes it super seriously. She's one of those skiers that has complete knowledge of this whole phase.
Yeah, when you look at her line preparation, you know, drawn on a photo, she's got 16 different lines going all over the place. This morning, after we saw the Forerunner, she locked in on that one, and she said, I want it to be simple. I don't want to feel like I might get lost. I want an easy one to find, and this was so aggressive right out of the start. Slightly different trajectory than we saw Elisabeth and Zuzanna take, which is smart because she's able to find a fresh landing, and then this approach right off the nose of that one again, different spot than Elisabeth, and this is wow.
That is the mogul background there. She can put a backflip anywhere she wants these days.
And she does. So incredible moments here for the peak performance rider, Justine Duffour-Lapointe. Fireworks from ski women. This category is electric.
Yes, there's that spirit.
That was the most fun run I ever did. Wow. Oh my God.
That's so good. Huge.
Je te laisse la place. Merci. Mais ta ligne, on avait la même. Oui, mais je vais faire de backflip, moi.
All right, there's Elisabeth's score. Justine's dropping it a 90.67. Justine Duffour-Lapointe taking over the lead. I don't know if she's seen the score yet. I don't think she has. Justine Duffour-Lapointe.
I can see the score.
Yeah, there it is.
This is so cool. Thanks, guys. Love you. Merci.
What a special lady.
I'm out of breath. This is a good. Oh, Haerty! Back in here!
Taking the well-deserved hot seat.
Miss you. Oh. Yeah!
Well, you can just feel the joy emanating off Justine Duffour-Lapointe. There's so much that goes into it, so much stress, so much you know, nervous anticipation, and then to execute the plan to perfection, and then to be rewarded by the judges with that score, huge. But we are nowhere near done, not even halfway through the ski women's field. Justine Duffour-Lapointe taking over the hot seat, but we're right back up to the top with Taylor Dobbins. She was a rookie last year on tour, injured in the first event. This woman is working full-time as a public defender. She's a lawyer. She's a woman of the people, helping out, you know, the less fortunate back in Bozeman, Montana. Taylor Dobbins, Dynastar rider. She had an injury in the first event last year in her true rookie season. Came back, rehabbed the knee, back in the mix as soon as we started the season in Bakura Barrett, and a bit of a mellow run for Taylor, easing her way back into competitive skiing. It's tough mentally after an entire year off. Did the rehab work? Am I good to go? But Taylor Dobbins proving, I think, with that run that she's ready to go. And now I hope we're going to see the full-on Taylor experience.
Taylor prepping herself out. I mean, she's a lawyer. She knows how to do her prep.
3, 2, 1. Drop it.
She's just getting her mouth guard in, we heard from the starter. So now Taylor Dobbins kicking out of the gate and getting things firing. The Dynastar rider going way out into the powder and getting a fresh turn there to start off her campaign with some aggression off this first feature and into the powder.
You can see how deep that snow is on that side of the venue. Not too many tracks over there. Setting herself up for that massive middle air.
Oh yeah, Taylor taking that full speed, no hesitation, skiing through her powder cloud, and now navigating this section, trying to just find the next feature for Taylor Dobbins now, moving across this big slough cone.
This section is much steeper than it looks on camera, and she's making quick work of it, going through this chute and setting herself up for this next quite peppery little section.
Yeah, this section has a lot of obstacles. Taylor off the nose, just next to the rock, so finding the exact right trajectory for that feature. Taylor Dobbins going way out to the skier's left into that untapped zone. It hasn't seen a lot of action, which is beneficial for the rider because the less tracks it has, the smoother it's going to be, but then you're gambling on the snow being what you think it's going to be on the landing.
Exactly, but she took a different line choice creative and really made sure she was making use of that bottom third. And now you'll see Taylor taking the long way home like all the riders, making their way through the start gate, or to the, my apologies, to the finish line.
Yeah, Taylor now past the judges line. So as we've said, there's a line where the judges will stop judging and they can now do their calculations while the riders are making their way through. So this first air, popping up and over the rocks for Taylor Dobbins.
Enjoying some of those fresh powder turns, like right on that panel into the second air.
Yeah, no hesitation on that one. Connecting with the landing. Nice, consistent. Sometimes the slough landing gives you a little bit more of a consistent line, and then popping right through the middle of that exit feature, getting herself out into the powder. You can see on the judges' bars fluidity a little bit down. Taylor moving maybe a bit back and forth across the face to kind of find, you know, the connection between from feature to feature. But Taylor Dobbins now, well, she's got to get her way through the bushes and over to the finish line. You can see the French Alps just stretching out behind the big FWT finish. Val Thorens providing an electric atmosphere for the first stop in France for the Freeride World Tour since I think the last time we were in France you were competing in it, Hadley.
It was, yeah, it was when it was in Chamonix, and now I live here, so maybe some of these riders will also take a similar trajectory, enjoying the life of France, getting a taste of it, and then deciding to fully commit. Yes.
All right, well, Taylor collecting herself, getting herself into the backdrop, and the score coming in, a 71 for Taylor Dobbins. So she moves into fourth here in this powerful ski women's field. Fourth place spot. The score's almost coming in, it seems like, before the riders know that the scores have dropped. Justine Duffour-Lapointe, Elisabeth Gerritzen, Arianna Tricomi, Taylor Dobbins, Jenna Keller. That rounds out the top 5 so far in ski women as we are just about halfway through the field. We're going back up this face, starting to see a few more tracks. The tracks, for some, providing a bit of benefit as riders can get some speed going. As we're back here to the top, Scott and peak performance rider Lena Kohler absolutely electric athlete. The first little bit of her run in Bakira Barrett was so fiery as she is straight into the face here.
Proving that she can handle these top full commitment lines, coming in with a ton of speed and skiing those POW turns strong and powerfully. She's living in Innsbruck, finished her studies, and now she can full-time ski.
Yes, you know, studying mechanical engineering, or sorry, civil engineering, no big deal for these overachieving athletes. Lena Kohler now just enjoying, look how deep the powder is there. She makes her way onto this spiny takeoff and going way further, riders left, deep into that landing, going huge there. Lena Kohler, the German rider, she's been skiing a ton of park lately in her time off between Bakira and this event, pumping off that one as well, finding a nice trajectory there. Lena Kohler making the most of the upper section here of the Lac Noir.
Totally. Really smart that she's taking the same takeoffs, but making sure she's finding her own fresh landing and going pretty big.
Yeah, a new feature there. Lena Kohler dropping in, getting completely engulfed in the powder and pinned, turned that into a triple and flying out. So Lena Kohler, we didn't get the full view of her skill set in Bakira Barrett because she had that early crash, basically from being too aggressive, which is, you know, if you're going to have a problem as a rookie, that's a good problem to have. And showing the full set of skills that she's got. Lena Kohler lacing that run on the Lac Noir face.
What a treat to watch her ride. That was, looking back at her track, she's just pretty much straight line the bottom third of the venue while still making 3 separate airs.
It's fun, my God.
Yeah, you can hear the finish line mic picking up the excited chatter from Justine Duffour-Lapointe. A great run there from the peak performance athlete, rookie riding, as you said, out of Innsbruck, but a German rider, Lena Kohler. Incredible action here from ski women as we look back at the top of this run.
You can see her strong technique, strong commitment at the top. That landing caused not a single issue. And then she sets up for the next one.
I love the angle of the takeoff, going significantly bigger than we saw both Elisabeth and Justine go on that one, and a different direction on this one as well, finding her own area to land in. The bomb holes can prove to be tricky. We saw that earlier with Weitien Ho. And if you land in a hole of compressed snow, it's going to buck you. So Lena Kohler proving to be with some veteran trajectory savvy there for the young German rider. Oh, wow, this competition has just been magic. Ski women, as always, just providing an incredible insight into the level that we are at in competitive freeride right now.
It's really cool to see how much it's progressed. I think women riders have always been capable of skiing at the limits, but as they've gotten all better together and all pushed each other together, that level just rises and rises and rises.
Well, and when you stand at the top and you watch everybody else go so hard, you're not going to do anything else, right? You're going to do the same. You're going to go as hard as you can, give it everything you've got to put yourself in the mix. 84.33, Lena Kohler taking over second spot from Elisabeth Gerritzen. So we got peak performance 1, 2, 3 right now. The sponsors are going to be happy with that. Lena with a big hug for Justine. A big challenge fended off there from Duffour-Lapointe, from the rookie out of Germany. Lena Kohler, Elisabeth Gerritzen now into third, and the 3-time world champ Arianna Tricomi into 4th place. We are seeing everything we hoped we would see from the ski women's field here. Back up to the top, Scott athlete riding out of Kirkwood, California, Molly Armanino. She is an electric skier. She skis fast, she skis hard, always looking for the biggest airs on the face. Such a great spirit, but you know, keep saying this, a rider that just loves to ski straight out of the gate for Molly Armanino.
Full into that committing technical section. Again, she took her own takeoff, own landing into the POW, heading where a little bit further. Maybe she just wants some extra snow turns.
I think she's just hungry for the powder. Molly Armanino fiending for these great conditions here as she's now coming over. You can see how convex it is and how totally blind the view is from the rider's perspective. She's got a couple of tracks here left by the other women. Fast footwork there. Another different angle on that one, and Molly Armanino going aggressive, full throttle speed here for Molly.
she's going full on. She was disappointed in the last comp, and I think she wasn't going to make that same mistake of not committing to her line, and she was ready for this.
Yeah, taking a different approach on that, more of a snow to snow than over the rocks, but finding another little nugget there. Molly going so deep in the snow, she's got a feature below her, tweaking a little grab there even into the slough cone as she moves across this lower section of the face.
Molly certainly taking advantage of the fresh snow on this run.
Oh, that was fast, fast, fast skiing for Molly Armanino. It's such a long way down here, but she made probably the speediest run we've seen from the ski women so far. Full throttle, full intensity for Molly Armanino, as now she's staying out of the old tracks, whacking the bushes and making her way through the lower section. Even this part, just holding on to that intensity, popping now back into the traverse track to make her way across to the finish area. Val Thorens Pro coming at you live here from France for the first time in a long time. We're into ski women, and Molly Armanino having her say for a podium spot here in the Val Thorens Pro.
Again, full commitment at the top, taking her own line, a little bit more skiers left, riding in fast. You can see this area starting to get a little bit more rocky and broken up, but no problem for Molly, finding her own landing.
Yeah, getting a little grab on that one. So slightly different angles, slightly different trajectories. You see she had to adjust her feet there on the approach into that landing. The Mammut line tracker showing Molly's version of the run on the face here. So many features packed in. Molly Armanino doing it for the people of Lake Tahoe, Kirkwood, California, her home resort. They're sliding into position there.
I was trying to stay up in the power.
All right, now we see the score of Justine and the score of Molly popping into a 73.33. So I think the line score really having a factor in that. There are a few of the features that Molly took at a slightly different angle, less over the rocks, more over the snow, maybe a little bit smaller. So Molly Armanino, her day done and dusted here at the Val Thorens Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Lena Kohler in second, Elisabeth Gerritzen in third, and Justine Duffour-Lapointe with that huge backflip, linking it all together, sitting in the hot seat. Ski women. Woo-wee, what a show. We are getting Freeride's, I'm going to say, triumphant return to France. It's been incredible so far, and we're not even halfway through the day. Back up to the top, Britta Winans riding out of Palisades, Lake Tahoe. Electric performance on the Challengers last year. This is her first season on the Freeride World Tour, suffering a shoulder injury in the Bakira Barrett Pro. So we'll see, is Britta going to take it mellow and just put a safe run down? Well, she's on course now, and we're going to find out.
Britta's a strong skier. I've been talking to her the last few days of her strategy for this one. She is injured, but she's still able to ski. She's going to ski smart, but also take a creative line down and not pass up the airs.
Well, yeah, and Britta, I mean, aggression just runs through her veins in skiing, so she just needs to get to the bottom, be safe and be sensible, and get her way through this event. Britta Winans with that trademark arcing turn, enjoying these powder conditions that we've got on display in Val Thorens. You can see the slough just running down. Britta picking up the little couloir between the two rock sections, as she now has a couple of tracks to follow. Britta Winans lining up above this rocky section.
Showing that mental strength. When you're injured, it's such a gamble of what to do, and she knew rookie season she had to give it her all. She wanted to stay on the tour, and I think she just proved how mentally strong she is. She's unfortunately a little too experienced with injuries, but I think she's now learning how to work with them.
Yeah, 2 injuries. Significant to her knees, one high school, one early in her university career, and then dislocating her shoulder in the Bakira Barrett Pro, but a smart run from Britta Winans. She just needs to put a result under her belt and give herself time to heal, have that shoulder locked in and ready to go for the next event.
But not too shabby of skiing for being injured.
No, I like that. She's got a pretty robust brace on. So Britta Winans just showing what she's got, and we know this woman capable of some of the most electric runs in freeride as we look back up here at the replay.
You can see starting off taking a little bit of the smaller approach, but then getting ready for that second air, which was decent sized and perfect landing.
Yeah, and you can see just trying to hold that one arm kind of still. Doesn't want to put it through too much mobility test here on the face. So Britta Winans, smart skiing, and we are going to see her hopefully back to full strength, full throttle upcoming as we move through the global trek that is the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance.
Britta making her way down, and you can see the crowd just building on every cat track here in Val Thorens.
Yeah, there's so many prime spots for watching this Lac Noir face, the Black Lake.
You did it!
A big hug from Justine. Score coming in at 66.33. So Britta Winans into 7th. After her scary fall down the Bakira Barrett face earlier. That's going to be one that she can take home and just put this behind her. You know, this is unfortunately a part of freeride skiing, dealing with injuries. You know, you got to manage it, and you can kind of see the look on Britta's face. She knows she's capable of more than that, but she's going to have to be patient with it.
Exactly. It's a long season. 6 competitions is a lot. It's a lot of time to work with.
Okay, well, we move back up. The drone shot providing us the canvas here, the Lac Noir face at Val Thorens, France, giving us just an absolutely vibrant show here. The snow conditions, the only way I can describe it is perfect. Powder conditions. It snowed 30 centimeters last night, 30 centimeters through the day yesterday. This woman in the start gate from right here in France. She was the fan favorite in the Peak Performance Fun Bet. She's only 21 years old. She's already got an overall #2 ranking last year, coming in just behind Hedvig Wessel. Astrid Cheylus now starting her campaign here at home in France.
This is another perfect example of an athlete that can do it all. She's got great technical skiing, but she can throw double backflips in a competition. Huge tricks, huge stomping airs.
Launching off that one, disappearing into the powder cloud, getting trajectory for this next feature. Pumping a backflip. Astrid Cheylus landing it. Oh, we are witnessing an electric performance here from Astrid Cheylus, the French rider, putting on a show for her home crowd. Backflipping up that high on the face shows so much confidence in yourself and your skills.
And you could tell how quickly she was able to put it right under control, get on that downhill ski, and start making turns again.
Yeah, she is perfectly in control now. She's got this looming section underneath as she lines up. She wants to get the trajectory right, popping off, and a perfect landing. Astrid Cheylus has the French crowd going absolutely ballistic. She has put down a run for the ages in front of the home crowd. That was magical from the French rider.
With only 2 years on the tour, she's just showing a level of experience that's really unmatched. You can really tell how well these junior world championships, she is a junior world champion, and you can tell that that early experience in her career just really paying off.
Well, and the diverse skill set. Her turns are picture perfect. Her mountain savvy is locked in. The freestyle game, well, you just saw it. Backflip at the top of the face, unleashing all of the skills and putting together the puzzle pieces to put that run together. Astrid Cheylus showing that she is here to play. She came second last year. A world title is in her sights. She's sitting second overall coming into this event. So with Justine sitting in the hot seat, you know, we're setting up for a season-long battle between these two riders, and of course many more riders in the field that want to have their say in it. But wow, what a run from Astrid.
Yeah, let's take a look at the line again. This is a perfect setup air. going massive, but knowing that she's making that quick transfer over to the second air for this huge backflip.
Laying it out way down, landing perfectly, and then straight onto that left foot because she needs to angle herself properly to get on top of this thing and taking it right off the top ropes, knowing exactly where she's going. There's a rock in that landing. If you angle it wrong, you're going to pay. Astrid Cheylus showing she knows exactly where she's going. The Mammut line tracker, nothing but fall line there. The Frenchies loving it here. The Peak Performance hangout zone. We got the big air mattress. It is a party in Val Thorens, a free ride party. And Astrid Cheylus is the life of this party right now. All right, well, the judges have had their say. It's up, 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 up. 93, 6, 7. Astrid Cheylus takes over the hot seat.
Well, incroyable, as they say here in France, that was a run.
Oh la la, what a run from the French rider. She's got the home crowd absolutely fired up. This is incredible. Ski women just going off. You know, we saw ski women having some problems in Bakira, coming back with a roar. The Lions are here to hunt, and that was an incredible show. 2 huge backflips out of these 2 women. Woo-wee. We are getting into it here in Val Thorens, France, bringing the heat to the free ride.
As you said, we're really setting up the season of these top women fighting for 1 in second place.
Yeah, good friends at the after party, fierce competitors on the face. Astrid Cheylus, she's had her say. We are back up to the top, and this is the first rider at a start 1. Chloe Hare, we saw such a great start to her Freeride World Tour career. So technical, her precision coming out of Telluride, Colorado. She has got quick feet, technical skiing, and out of start 1 is Chloe Hare.
Here comes Chloe. I don't know if we're allowed to have favorites, but I certainly have mine. Chloe points her skis towards rocks. If you watched her GoPro run in Spain, she just knows how to handle Pepper. Such a nice run through that double.
Oh, and just getting G'd out in the transition. That's a very, very quick transition from super steep to very flat. And Chloe in the belly of her turn, leaned over a little bit and getting G'd out, but she's gonna keep on going. She's got the rest of her run laid out below her. Chloe Hare, again, so technical, so precise in the most difficult part of the face. Some of the other riders choosing a slightly mellower section of this venue, but Chloe, I mean, Telluride, Colorado, extremely steep, rocky, technical. That's what her knife was honed on back home, and showing that that's the kind of terrain that she gravitates to. Getting to know these rookies now and starting to see what they like, what pulls them, you know, on their free ride hearts. Chloe Hare, definitely, I think we're going to see her through the season just going into the gnarliest parts of every venue.
Exactly. She said about 50% of her skis is now P-Tex, which essentially means 50% of her skis have been repaired this early in the season, but she's just really good at staying balanced, staying in control, and not getting hung up when the terrain becomes rocky.
Yeah, keep your eyes on this young woman because she's going to be a force on the Freeride World Tour as she finds her way down, plopping off, getting a big powder face shot there.
Really cool. You look back up at the venue and looking at her track, she went full commitment really in the steepest part of the venue.
Yeah, Chloe Hare giving credit to Connor Pelton and Ryan Van Nuys, you know, out of that Telluride Freeride team. Look at the top section of this, how quickly she readjusts her direction and trajectory.
Really nice riding, and as you said, it was just that transition. She was looking for that panel to dump her speed and got onto it too quickly.
These are the things that you learn as a rookie.
Exactly.
You know, there is a learning curve in the Freeride World Tour. We heard it before talking to Lena Kohler. Chloe Hare, no different, coming out of the challengers and then getting onto these World Tour faces. They're so complicated and there are so many things at play. You add the element of deep snow and that as you said, Hadley, that panel change from really steep to the flatter lower section, just compressing Chloe. I would almost guarantee that's a mistake she won't make again.
Certainly not. And as you said, I'm really excited because I think she'll always take a line choice that's unique to her and sets herself apart.
It's okay. It was so fun. Your run looked
What
sick.
score?
I didn't see it, but I heard. I didn't see it.
Score coming in for Chloe Hare, a 62, so that slides her into 9th. She's got a keeper from Spain with a 4th place finish, a 9th here with another rider to go, but do not count this rider out. Lily Bradley is standing up at the top, and she is capable of electric performances. Lily's a fun, free spirit, but she is a freeride god. Her skiing is so solid. She's a total weapon.
I love skiing powder. I love skiing. Lily Bradley in 3.
And they have the mantra, you ski fast, have fun, and this one, I love skiing powder.
They really know how to just pick a line. I think Lily commits to what she wants to do. In back race, she threw a huge backflip to the moon. She's capable, they are capable of all sorts of riding.
Yeah, full weapon on skis. Lily Bradley had a potentially winning run going in Bakira and then punted, as you said, the backflip to the moon. And now they are into the heart of this. There's a nice little nugget underneath. Lily Bradley popping off there, adding that trademark style.
So cool, so calm, so collective. It's like nothing shakes them.
Adding a totally different angle on this one. And Lily finding transition there, finding a fresh powder landing. Getting caught up in the powder. Oh, they were on another banger run. So once again, the double-edged sword of a powder competition raising its head as they go down in that deep deposited snow.
Able to come back for it, but that's a heartbreaker, just so deep in some of those places.
Yeah, we saw it with Zuzanna Witych. We see it here with Lily Bradley. You see this convexity down below, and Lily Bradley still keeping things moving on top of a chonky piece of terrain and landing perfectly. So what could have been for Lily Bradley as they showed flashes of brilliance again. Pieces, always putting the pieces together, but Lily Bradley not quite able to keep it all together, but going down not even on a feature, just in the deep snow.
I think they're definitely one of the competitors that you can never count out. When they can put a whole run together top to bottom, it's sure to land on a podium.
Yes, the freeride god of fun, Lily Bradley. And you can see there even the body language, always having a good time. The mantra in the start gate, I love skiing powder. Well, I think that one is a pretty collective statement. Lily getting outside of the tracks there to put their mark on the face. Wow, okay, so I'd say odds are pretty good that that's not going to challenge the top spot of Astrid Cheylus. Let's look back here. The top of Lily Bradley's run, finding that unique trajectory, landing in full powder, popping off this little feature. Oh, this is after Lily went down.
Exactly, onto that huge bottom air. Really creative. No one was going there. Really smart because she knew they were the last skier of the day and that they were going to want to find some fresh landings.
Yeah, you have to be strategic on the based on the bib draw with where you put yourself on the face, and the areas that have seen more traffic, maybe you're going to want to stay away from some of those pieces. So Lily Bradley, veteran line choice, unfortunately getting pulled down by a snow snake. It's not going to be their day, but Lily Bradley will be, I'm almost confident to say, all smiles in the finish.
For sure, her parents are here all the way in Val Thorens watching, and I think they're going to have a nice celebration anyways.
Mega backflip. So sick. Icon. Fucking legend. Hit deep.
What score?
All right, here we go. The score for Lily Bradley coming in, it's a 64. So that is going to be a 9th place finish for Lily Bradley, which means that the winner of the Val Thorens Pro with the French flags on her shoulder is Astrid Cheylus, taking the win here. Incredible performance for Astrid. A massive backflip in the middle of the face.
Here's our overall standings now for the ski women. We have Astrid taking the top spot. Justine Duffour-Lapointe now in second. Lena Kohler in third. Zuzanna Witych finishing the day in that 12th place spot with the crash at the top. And here we go. Here are your 3 podium women. All smiles here in Val Thorens, France. Really strong riding. Astrid Cheylus, Justine Duffour-Lapointe, and Lena Kohler making a strong comeback from Spain for 3rd place.
Yeah, that's a huge bounce back for Lena Kohler, the rookie German rider coming out of Innsbruck. So here we go. Here's our rankings now. We have a tie for 1st place because Justine went 1st in Spain, Astrid went 2nd. Now Astrid goes 1st and Justine goes 2nd. A 1st place tie in ski women and a French winner in France. This town is going to go nuclear tonight. Unbelievable scenes. Incredible, incredible scenes at the Val Thorens Pro. We are done and dusted with ski women, but stay tuned because we're coming right back. Oh. Welcome back to the Val Thorens Pro. Here in France, it's the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Val Thorens, part of the Trois Vallées complex, one of the, well, the biggest ski resort on the planet. And it is providing the backdrop for the Freeride World Tour stop number 2. The fans fired up. Hadley Hammer and myself fired up. We are firing. We got the start list here. Snowboard women, the next group to drop. Ooh, here we go.
We've got the French standing strong here. Estelle coming in 1st. We've got the current leader, Noémie Equy, going in 4th place. But then the return of Marion Haerty for her wild card competition season, finishing off rounding out the group, coming in. And here's our Peak Performance Fun Bet favorites. We have Anna Martinez, the French rider, at 75%, Nuria at 56%, and last year's strong rider, Erin, at 55%.
Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. That's your opportunity to dive in fantasy freeride. Tell us who you think is going to win. It's not too late. Big prizes up for grabs in the Peak Performance Fun Bet. This is Val Thorens, France. This place is enormous. It's covered in powder. If you live in the area and you decided to stay home and watch from home, or you had to go to work, close your laptop, put your tools down, and get out here, because this is an unbelievable day in Val Thorens. The return of freeride to France, long awaited, and proving why this is a stop on the Freeride World Tour. The Lac Noir face. We're done with the skiers. It is on to snowboarding, and we are ready to kick things off here. Another big show in store. Snowboard women starting things off for the sideways sliding folks. Estelle Rizzolio doing it for the home crowd. She is so strong. She's got, I mean, her mindset, the way I've described it, is full send, full throttle. Riding out of Chamonix, just around the corner. Hadley, about a 2-hour drive.
About a 2.5-hour drive, not too far from home. This rider wins or crashes. And I think this is a venue that she can win.
Yeah, I think so too. Estelle Rizzolio, she's got all the skills. She's so stoked to be riding in powder on her heel side edge. Goofy foot rider. That means she's riding right foot forward, popping. You can see the hands getting going, lost in the powder cloud. Oh, plugged there into the powder. It's hard if you put your board a little bit sideways, and when you land, you're going to come to a dead stop.
Yeah, and she went quite a bit further than those first bomb holes. So I think finding that parking lot landing.
Yeah,
but
she definitely had the speed.
Yeah, making it into the super technical section. Chamonix is her home. Steep riding is something that she's capable of through these rocks, setting up her trajectory. And
The board just bouncing out a little bit from underneath her. You could see when she put that heel side edge in to stop, the slough just cascading off that cliff band. Estelle Rizzolio now into the steep part. You can see the slough has kind of pulled a bunch of the powder off. It's still soft, but it's not nearly as deep. And now full fall line attack mode for Estelle Rizzolio, absolutely firing down the lower section of this face.
Such a strong rider, diverse rider, really does well the steeper it gets.
And Estelle now past the judges' line. So there is an imaginary line at the bottom of the featured section of this Lac Noir freeride venue. So the judges can now start to lock their scores in as the athletes have to make their way across this long traverse to get to the finish area. It's a bit of a travel section of the face.
It is. It might be even longer for the snowboarders here today. It's quite the long ending, but I think that's a run that she can be proud of. A few bobbles here and there, but really rode with confidence.
Yeah, full send, full attack for Estelle Rizzolio. You can see down there the French crowds all the way. There's cat tracks across the valley from this competition face, and each one of them is just lined with fans as we go back up and look at the replay of Estelle's run.
She boosted this top air. You can see the other people's landings, and she went so far past. I think that's why she got so plugged, a little bit too far, so docked on the control.
Yeah, and then that one, the board just bouncing out a little bit. It's hard to figure out without having been on the face, without having felt the snow, exactly where you need to place your board under your body to be able to stay balanced on the landing, because some of the landings are deep powder, some of the landings, the slough, the cascading snow has pulled the surface snow off, so it's not quite as soft. You don't penetrate nearly as deep into it, so it's a bit of a guessing game for these riders. As Estelle now you can see we've got a ski runner helping Estelle. This is absolutely dead flat. There's going to be no penalization for fluidity for the riders for having to make their way across. Everybody has to do it.
Exactly. And we're excited. This will be quite the show. I think what's really interesting that we'll see starting to go midway with Marion ending the show is you have Marion Haerty, the multi champion, overall champion, who's mentored so many of these women. You really see her at breakfast, all these meetings, these women just looking up to her, but she's here also to compete. And I think these riders all knew that and are putting out their best effort.
Yeah, when the wildcard announcement was made that Marion Haerty was going to be in the field, you could see some tension rise within the snowboard women's ranks. You know, we haven't seen Marion here since 2021. 4 Freeride World Tour titles to her name. Here we go. We got the score now dropping for Estelle Rizzolio, 41. So a couple pretty significant control issues in that run. We'll see how it stacks up with the rest of the snowboard women's field. We're going back up the Lac Noir face, providing the canvas for the best freeriders in the world to deliver their best. And this woman is going to be thriving in these conditions. Aussie, Michaela Davis-Meehan, regular foot rider, sitting in 6th overall right now, riding out of Revelstoke, but she is Australian. Full-on free spirit. And Michaela now out of the gate and kicking things off at the top of the Lac Noir.
Heading down the cornice line. Again, they won't get judged until they drop into the heart of the face. She's just finding her entrance.
Peeking over into the void and launching off the cornice. Michaela Davis-Meehan with an aggressive start here on the Lac Noir face. Features stacked up below her. She's got a chunky one below her and a perfect powder landing into a double, holding on. Plugged again. So the deep snow providing a challenge here for skiers and snowboarders alike. Hard to keep momentum going. That was an aggressive start there for Michaela.
Really aggressive start. She didn't have a great first competition, and I think she wanted to remind everyone that she's here, she knows how to ride, and she wants to win.
Oh, yeah, big time. And Michaela Davis-Meehan, you know, riding out of Revelstoke for the bulk of the season when she's not on the Freeride World Tour. No stranger to powder, but definitely getting caught up on the second feature in that double. And now there's plenty more stacked up under the feet of Michaela.
She's here where the ski women all ventured towards, heading up into this next section.
And popping off the nose of that one, getting the grab. So Michaela Davis-Meehan, I mean, with a plug fall like that, but on such a bulky feature. She's still going to have the opportunity to build a score here, popping again with the grab. Freestyle background for Michaela, so when she gets into the air, she's so solid over her board, and the powder conditions speaking directly to her freeride soul.
Yeah, you can tell she's just loving the snow. Huge powder cloud following her, making her way down to that finish line.
Yeah, so Michaela has passed the judging line, so this one is these turns are just for her, and finding a unique way down where she can get herself. You can see there's a high line and a low line. The high line a little bit less hiking, but also a few more turns on the way down.
I mean, powder is a pretty precious resource, and I think all of these riders will take any chance they can to ride it.
Yeah, classic example. We had a little bit of a delay in the avalanche control work this morning while the riders were all stacked up on the ridge for face check. And a few of them, I think Michaela was one of them. Oh, Michaela, even though she's below the judging line, just pounding off a huge cliff at the bottom. That was for the soul, Michaela Davis-Meehan. So asking if it would be okay if while we waited for the avalanche control, they took another lap. Our lap down to the commentary booth this morning, spectacular. We got to ski fresh French powder, just about as delicious as a fresh French croissant.
We can re-see her line. Really cool, strong, aggressive double, but just a little too much. There is not enough actual transition at that top section.
Yeah, the transition runs out quick. I like that one. She was able to get the grab. So we'll see if she's able to salvage a score. And then the bottom of her run going full submarine mode into that delicious, refreshing French champagne.
Here we've got the Mammut line tracker of Michaela. You can see she really took advantage of that top section. This is the first rider we've seen really go from start one all the way over to where most people are dropping start two. Taking a really creative top section that no one had before her.
Yeah, with a heavy chunk of terrain bitten off. That double was huge. That's the biggest thing we've seen any of the snowboard women take on this season. For sure, nobody going that big in Spain on those rough conditions. So Michaela into full send mode.
Watch score.
So score dropping for the Aussie rider, a 61.67. So some seriously good pieces of that run. Unfortunate with the big control issue off the double, but the judges showing the potential of that run with a 62-pointer. Michaela Davis-Meehan.
Yes, sir. So that's too much power.
Words you thought you'd never hear from a free rider. A bit too much power. It's so deep up there, and we've seen again the double-edged sword of the powder. We're going back up here to the reigning Freeride World Tour champion. This is Erin Sauve riding out of Red Mountain. Won the title as a rookie last year by going huge. Erin is so strong and so skilled on her board. I can't wait to see what she unleashes on this Lac Noir face.
Taking the similar trajectory as we just saw Michaela do, finding her entrance in.
And unlocking the gate there, Erin Sauve into the meat of this run. So solid over her board, taking maybe a tiny bit less speed than we saw Michaela take, which could prove really wise. Oh, she's good. Solid let. No, nope. Maybe. I think that one, you can see the bomb hole just up above, landing on a rock there. A little too much heel pressure and redirect there and put her into the rock. So the trajectory just a bit off for Erin.
You know, you always want to know what's in their mind. They just watched their friend do the exact same thing. She course corrected, but it looked like an air that's just really challenging to get that bottom landing.
Yeah, it was hard to tell because she disappeared into the powder cloud on the first one. But Erin Sauve, there's still plenty to be done. And again, you can salvage a score with the control issue. So now Erin Sauve coming into this area that saw so much action from the ski women, up and over and getting right off on her heel side edge, landing in the powder and holding on.
That's the summer of doing core work, paying off. Such a strong rider.
And sending it off that one, getting kicked onto or off of her heel side edge and down. So Erin Sauve struggling with the powder conditions. You heard Michaela say it too, it's almost too much. So interesting that, I don't know if this is line selection, trajectory, angle, or just depth of snow, but so far the snowboard women, oh, Erin taking off a huge one there. So she is still in absolute beast mode, sending it at the bottom of her line. Erin Sauve almost rage-hucking there.
Yeah. She's one that really she can always podium. She's always a threat. She proved that in her rookie season. And yeah, that side of the venue, it's not as steep as the rest, and I think that snow has really accumulated. It's really deep. You've got to have a good amount of speed to get through it.
Yeah, a good amount of speed and setting the board at the right angle for the landing. You know, a little bit tail down, pressing on that back foot to keep the nose from digging in and sending the riders over the front. It's such a delicate balance, but Erin Sauve is now on her way on this long traverse towards the finish. It gets a little bumpy here as we're going to look back at the top of Erin's run.
You see her trying to control that double, finding a new landing, hopefully a little bit longer, but again, just getting plugged like you said.
Yeah, the first one good. She was almost waist deep, nearly going over the nose of her board there.
Powering through that, searching for her next one. So much snow here.
Oh yeah, she landed right on a rock, directly on a rock on the second step of that double, and then a huge send there for Erin Sauve, getting buck back but popping straight back out, just using the powder to pop herself back out and keep on riding. So line tracker, the diagonal all the way across as we are lit here in France. It is so much fun. The French crowd having a blast. Here we've got a winner already in ski women for the French crowd, so they are loving that. Erin Sauve at a Red Mountain, wrapping up her campaign, approaching the finish arch there. Freeride World Tour returning to France in absolutely majestic fashion here.
That was a power run. Hey! Hey! Oh boy. Bit of power there, bud. Bit of bail in there, bud. Oh well, that was sick. They probably have my score. I can't see anything.
All right, she can't see it, but we can. The score, a 48-3-3 for Erin Sauve. So Michaela Davis-Meehan.
Love you all at home.
Holding down the hot seat, head to toe powder immersion for Erin Sauve.
Still here.
Still here, but we've got the local coming up next.
Oh yeah, the French fans are gonna go nuts. Noémie Equy, a rookie on the tour, but already with a win under her belt in Spain. She has been followed around, mobbed by fans everywhere we go. She lives here in Val Thorens. She's a local, and now she wants to do it for the home crowd. 24 years old, riding right out of here. This is her home valley. When she checked into the hotel, she walked there.
One, drop it!
Noémie out of start gate number 2 and just pointing the board straight down, straight into it.
Yeah, full airdrop for Noémie Equy, and right off of her first and second feature, lining them up.
The crowd here to our left is firing. Such strong commitment. This woman is so strong. She is always fully on her board, fully over it, fully on her feet.
Yeah. We gotta wonder if she's feeling the pressure of that home crowd, of performing in front of her home fans. It certainly doesn't look like it, as she has the pedal down, flying. Yeah. Noémie Equy going so fast through that section, and now still picking up more speed. There's multiple features stacked up below her, as Noémie now sending in and stomping again. This girl is on fire.
She has her work that she did all summer. She's in the gym, but she also spent the last 5 months in New Zealand. She is riding a lot, and it shows in this full commitment to the fall line.
What a run for the rookie, riding with absolute veteran confidence down this face. Never even a moment of hesitation. Another one with the grab. Noémie Equy blasting through this. The crowd is going bananas for her. She's already got a win. I mean, for sure, no control issues. This is going to be a hot score for Noémie Equy.
You know, you never know. Once you come in as a rookie and you place first in that first competition, that's its own set of pressure. That pressure to have that target on your back is different as an athlete. Everyone's kind of got their eyes on you. The media attention ramps up a bit, and how you control that and then turn it into a run like this just shows how strong she is.
So strong physically and mentally to be able to put a run like that down in front of the home crowd. You can see the signs, the flags are waving. We got the Virgile Didier fan club. Let's look back at this run.
Super strong off the top. I mean, she came out of that start gate with the board pointing straight to the finish line and never really deviated.
Yeah, and just freight training off that one, going in almost up to her neck.
Huge. Enjoying the powder turns too in between each of her airs.
Yeah, and that one absolutely gorgeous. There's not another track in sight where she takes off or lands. Noémie Equy so direct out of the start, just a full rocket ride into her run, going full speed, full intensity all the way. There we've got the Noémie head bobbing around. The French fans loving what they're seeing. We've already got a women's champion in skiing. Are we going to see the same in snowboarding? But nothing is decided yet. We don't have a score for Noémie, and we have a whole raft of talented athletes still up top.
Maybe that was so good. That looks sick. Good job. You kill it, like you went jump so big. You're out.
Well, the score coming in for Noémie Equy. The judges loving it. 88.33. We have another French athlete in the hot seat. The crowd loving this. Home pressure. Pressure is for tires, not for this woman. She doesn't even feel it. Brushed it off like an absolute free ride god, slotting her snowboard in there in the Dina Star hot seat and taking her throne. Now it's up to the other riders to see if they can knock her out of it.
Je sais pas. C'est pas fini, hein. Les riders là.
Wow. Okay. Well, here we have the current standings. Noémie Equy back in the hot seat where she has become quite comfortable. Michaela Davis-Meehan in second, and Erin Sauve now into third. As we go straight back up to the top, we move from France to Spain. Nuria Castan-Baron. She is 7 seasons on the, sorry, that's current ranking, 5 seasons on the Freeride World Tour. Nuria Castan-Baron having a huge impact in the last event. So see if she can pull things back together. Wow.
Amazing, dropping straight out of start 2, heading to this powdered panel that no one had been to. Super steep and full commitment.
Yeah, getting completely engulfed by the powder. So she is going to be loving these conditions, brushing her goggles off so she can see again. Nuria Castan-Baron.
Still finding those fresh tracks, setting herself up to get into this next section.
Popping off this nice little ledge deep in the snow again. It's kind of become a bit of a staircase on the approach to this cliff as we see Nuria out on the way rider's right side, getting a shifty there, popping and completely in control for the Spanish rider.
Super smart, took a new section of that cliff, full fresh landing, continuing on to always just find her new line. This girl loves snowboarding, and I think she loves snowboarding in POW.
Well, 2 features for the price of 1 there. She stacks them up, and there's more below her. Arcing around that one onto the lower section of the face, putting the board into the fall line, popping, playing, full send, wide open on the throttle for Nuria. This is a great run. We were wondering if she was okay after that big crash she had in Spain. This looks like she's feeling pretty good.
I think she's having fun, enjoying the snow, but also really strong riding, full commitment. She was going for it. I think she wanted to remind everyone who she was.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that sentiment from riders across multiple fields who didn't have their day in Spain to want to just remind everyone, we are World Tour athletes. We are the best at this and super strong. And another rider opting for this huge fat to flat, boom, into the powder. This is below the judging line, so judges not looking at that section at all.
Nuria coming into the finish line. Let's look at that top section again. full commitment on the heel edge and going into that fresh snow, making super technical turns and able to ride through that no problem, holding her speed. And then again, her entire line, she took similar line, but always made sure she was going off of a different feature, finding fresh landings.
Yeah, and I love the intensity here. No speed check, just direction for Nuria. And then, I mean, she's not the tallest of riders. She went in pretty much up to her ears in the powder off that one. That landing is dead flat, but the snow deep enough for these riders to handle it. The Mammut line tracker showing that direct attack approach for Nuria Castambaron, the Spanish rider. Now, is it going to be enough to knock the local, the hometown hero out of the hot seat? Anxious moments there, you can see.
She doesn't look fully comfortable yet.
Noémie definitely a little worried by that one, that clean run from Nuria.
And look at the sky above. We've been blessed with blue skies, great weather here, perfect temperature in Val Thorens.
Yeah, spectacular day. The air temperature staying cold enough that the snow quality is excellent. It's light. A big thanks to Mom and Dad back home in Spain. Okay, here we go. The score dropping for Nuria. It's stacking up, up it goes. 83 points for Nuria Castambaron. She moves herself into second. So that was a big challenge, fended off from the hot seat occupant there, local shred dog Noémie Equy. Incredible riding here from the snowboard women. Loving the powder conditions, absolutely lighting it up on the Lac Noir face as we go back up. You see the full scale of this face. And Audrey Hebert right now, Canadian rider out of Banff, winning the Challenger Tour back home. She had a few seasons, 2017 and 18 on the Freeride World Tour previously, and putting herself on the podium in Bakira Barrett. And Audrey now kicking off her campaign out of start 2.
Heading towards that first cliff on her heel side edge, setting herself up.
Boom! Audrey Hebert lighting it up out of the start. That is an electric way to start a Freeride World Tour run with that huge air.
She really knew exactly the right speed. Again, that transition's fast. She took a good check before that and then just launched into it. Enjoying some pow turns now, making her way through this section. Again, you said a lot of riders have been through here. The snow's a little bit more chalked up. There's a lot more tracks in it, and she'll be able to move through it, but it won't be as simple as if you were the first rider.
Yeah, exactly. Audrey Hebert now, but right into the middle of this. We saw the other riders opting for the edge, but Audrey deep into the snow and pumping off that one too. She took her time to line up, but it was worth taking that time as she went directly off the highest point of that cliff, and she's got more in store, launching out into the powder. Audrey Hebert showing exactly why she won the Challenger Tour and why she was on the podium in the first event, loving these powder conditions.
Again, she said she's really come back and felt much more confident being here, much more confident with competitions.
Into the slough there, pouring off, and again, right off the point of the line, or sorry, the point of the feature. So Audrey lighting it up here. That is for sure the 3 of the biggest features we've seen landed in the snowboard women's category so far. Great run for the rider coming out of Banff.
She's not afraid to go big. She's really strong on her feet. She credits a lot to Shannon Yates throughout, who was sort of the Marion Haerty of the day, just won every competition that she was in, and Audrey has proven that she can follow in those footsteps.
Yeah, another electric run here in the snowboard women's category. Now she is below the line where the judges are watching, so they can calculate now while the riders make their way through this lower section. It's a long traverse to the finish, and the riders just have to get down there. So it gives the judges a little bit of time to do their work, but another great run. As we said, riding out of Banff. She's been living in that zone for about 18 years, originally from Quebec, Eastern Canada. You know, there's a ton of strong riders that come out of there as we look back up at the top of Audrey's run.
You can really see from that angle just how steep that top section is. Full commitment.
So our video judge docking Audrey a little bit on fluidity, as she did have some checkup moments as she lined up some of the features, but then going huge off them. This is definitely a fluidity issue, but she had to let the slough pass before she went. So we'll see what the judges do with that. But the riding itself, speaking for itself there from the Canadian.
Really strong. She doesn't like to let features go by her. We saw that in Spain. We see that here. If there's a cliff to jump, she wants to jump it.
All right, well, Audrey just about through the arch there as she crosses through and gets all the cheers from the Freeride friends. The snow just packed on her helmet. So many moments where the snow is overhead, flying in the air. These riders having a blast here at Val Thorens. The Lac Noir face providing incredible moments for Freeride. We see the score of Noémie Equy. Audrey's score coming in with a 74.67. So getting a ding on fluidity there for sure as Audrey moves herself into third. Noémie Equy with another serious challenge fended off there from Audrey. Wow, well, we are moving through the snowboard women's category, lightning fast. These women just blasting down this venue. Noémie Equy holding it down for the home team as we have another hometown hero, not quite as local, but from just around the corner in Chamonix. Last year finishing, last event finishing second to her good friend Noémie. Now Anna Martinez wanting to do it for the home crowd, their friends, but she would love nothing more than to knock her good friend off the hot seat.
Taking that direct line, working through the powder, just easily transitioning between that heel edge. Looks like a little bit of a control issue at the top, but finding her way through, taking that bottom air.
Yeah, a slight struggle there for Anna Martinez, but now into the low powder. You can see her pressing on that back foot to push the nose of the snowboard up out of the snow. If you don't do that, that nose bogs and you go over the front. Now we see Anna Martinez finding the first of many features to come. This area definitely proving popular as she's got a slightly different take on it, launching off in between the rocks.
Sailing through again, another rider, super strong, really takes that off-season training really seriously as she lines up these other airs. You just see how confident that strength translates into confidence on her board.
Yeah, Anna Martinez is so physically strong, you know, physical and mental strength, the combination required for the Freeride World Tour, finishing second in the last event. Going to be looking to better that, popping, getting a little bit of a grab there, and just absolutely glorious powder here in Val Thorens for the French rider out of Chamonix, popping herself up and out past the judges' line. Now she's just going to have to make her way through this long traverse towards, it's way down there. You can see the finish line way in the background.
Yeah, Anna's been really focused and serious this year. She came out strong saying she wants to take the title, and it's certainly something that she has in her capabilities.
Oh yeah, every single one of these riders has the skill set to do it. Sometimes it just comes down to whose day is it. The execution is everything. We look back at the top where we see Anna having a little bit of struggle to get over to that feature.
Yeah, it's such a short, steep section that control is difficult to achieve.
Yeah, and then lining up in between the rocks, maybe rather than right off the nose, Anna Martinez, and then just slashing and playing in the powder. Conditions absolutely glorious here in Val Thorens. The return of Freeride to France. These riders just having an absolute time on this face. Start 1, start 2, start 3, every one of them an option. The riders really having to make some seriously difficult choices on where they're gonna go. Start 2, definitely proving popular. We saw early in the ski men. Start 1, I don't think since we saw Estelle drop, we haven't seen any of the snowboard women coming out of start 1.
No, and even start 3 has been a little vacant for a while, which is, it's always an interesting strategy, especially if you're in a category that's running a bit later.
For sure, strategy is such a big part of this.
Droite rider un peu comme moi quoi. Ah ouais? Ouais. Par contre, t'as méga bien ridé. Hein. Bah en fait, vu que je faisais rien, j'étais en mode bah va tout droit. Je sais pas. Ouais, je sais pas ce que ça va donner.
A little bit of a catch-up there between Anna Martinez and the current occupant of the hot seat, hometown hero from right here in Val Thorens, Noémie Equy, as the judges getting to work, balancing that run against the judging criteria. It goes up to 60 points for Anna Martinez, so she slides herself into 5th. And with only one rider to go, we are guaranteed to have a French rider on the podium, at least one. But guess what? Up at the top, there's another French rider, and this is heavy. The last time she took to the stage on the Freeride World Tour, it was to lock in her 4th Freeride World Tour title. In Fieberbrunn, she put it away. This is huge. This is Marion Haerty. She's a mentor to the woman sitting in the hot seat. Now, the mental game here of going for Noémie, going up against her mentor, and for Marion Haerty going against her mentee. Marion has 4 world titles. She has a natural selection overall tour title. She's back in the start gate for the first time, and look at how intense she is. A border cross pole start for Marion Haerty right out of the gate and into it.
Dropping in onto her toe side edge, lining up that first clip that's gotten quite a bit of traffic, being really smart about the speed and control. Coming out of it, no problem. Huge powder clouds. Fastest rider we've seen so far.
Yeah, no hesitation off that first big drop. Only one we've seen take that one on is Audrey Hebert, and now Marion Haerty. This is the score she has to beat if she wants to beat her protege. Marion, with full intensity, she has got so much speed. You can just see it ramping up as she moves down, right off the nose again, disappearing into the snow, but such control of her board. The queen is back, and she is showing exactly why she has those 4 titles.
You know, Marion does so much for women's snowboarding, but this reminds everyone that she's still the top.
Oh, and look at this. She's got a big feature underneath her, moving over on the heel side edge, locking in on her angle. Right off the top, Marion Haerty landing that one perfectly. Again, the crowd is going absolutely bananas out here. We have a French woman sitting in the hot seat. We have a French snowboard royalty on the face, popping with the grab. Marion Haerty showing exactly why she has 4 world titles under her belt. Incredible moments here at the Freeride World Tour.
Wow, monstre bon. That riding was perfect. She's such a strong competitor. She's such a strong snowboarder. She's just the greatest.
Yeah, that was incredible. The biggest features we've seen taken on at full speed, full intensity. Marion, she's not done though, clouding herself out, popping off that lower feature. That one was just for her. Marion Haerty, the French snowboard god, proving why she is the queen of freeride.
Just full send straight off the top. She really is such a technician. The judging criteria is pretty much maxed out as much as you could. Probably would go through the screen if it was possible. No issues, no landing no bobbles, no wiggles. She rode that whole thing with strength.
Yeah, and taking on the biggest parts of every feature she approached. This one, she had to line it up to make sure she didn't land on rocks, getting the angle exactly right. And you can see her lay the tail of the board in first so it stays up and out of the powder instead of burying the nose. That is veteran riding. She knows exactly how to do it regardless of the snow conditions, and putting it perfectly precise on that one. The crowd loves it. We are seeing the return of the queen. I cannot wait to see what the judges do with that.
I bet everyone's sweating a little bit, but particularly the woman in the hot seat.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to speak for anyone, but if you're Noémie and the only person that beats you is Marion, that's something you can be extremely proud of.
C'était exceptionnel. Exceptionnel.
Watch score.
All right, here we go.
What score? Me?
Well, I don't see a score, but it says Val Thorens Pro winner, so that's That's giving a little look behind the curtain there as the score ramping up. 88 is the score. 95! Oh, come on! Marion Haerty returning to freeride with authority. Incredible. Noémie Equy, the first one to come and hug her. Marion Haerty showing that while she's been away from the Freeride World Tour, she has not lost a step.
I'm not crying, you're crying. So nice to see Marion.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings here for the Val Thorens Pro in snowboard women.
Marion Haerty with the top where she's used to being, followed right behind with Noémie, local hero, and Nuria rounding out with 3. Audrey and Michaela Davis-Meehan with the top 5. And then we've got the other 2 French riders, Anna and Estelle, rounding off the top 8 with just some control issues.
Well, here we go. That's your top 3 from the Val Thorens Pro. Marion Haerty, the return to her place on the top of the pile. Noémie Equy beaten only by her mentor, and Nuria Castan-Baron proving that she is in fact okay with a return to the podium. And let's see what this has done to the overall ranking. I have a feeling we're going to see a rocket ride for Noémie Equy. 18,000 points. Audrey Hebert jumping up into second, and Anna Martinez now down into third. Nuria Castan-Baron putting herself on the good side of the cut line, and Estelle and Erin now with some work to do as we move on to the remainder. Wow, what a show we just saw from snowboard women. Frenchies 1-2. We will be right back with the Val Thorens Pro. Woo! Val Thorens Pro bringing the thunder here from France. It's the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, and we are live with snowboard men. Val Thorens has gotten dumped on in the last few days. 30 centimeters last night, 30 centimeters the day before. I'm Derek Boos here with Hadley Hammer, keeping you up to date with all of the action. And action we have seen, Hadley, unbelievable so far here. Let's see who we got in snowboard men.
So we've got the final category, snowboard men. Michael Mon really likes to start off first versus his last start from the Spain comp. We've got Enzo Nilo, French rider, right there in the middle. We've got the current leader chasing his 4th world title, Victor De La Rue in 8th, and Conrad Nevin going for 12th place to round it out.
Oh yeah, the who's who, the heavy hitters, the big dogs, all lined up. Snowboard men rounding out the day here at the Val Thorens Pro Freeride's triumphant return to France. Let's take a look. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. This is Fantasy Freeride. 91% of you thinking that Victor De La Rue will land himself on the podium. Timmy Schroeder and Liam Rivera, the Verbier rider out of Switzerland, fairly close together at 44%. Peak Performance Fun Bet. Log on and get involved. Get them skin in the game. It's your chance to be involved, and a huge prize pack waiting for the overall winner of the Peak Performance Fun Bet. Incredible action here in Val Thorens, France. We have seen ski men, ski women, and snowboard women light it up on this face, and we are nowhere near done. Michael Mon will be the first man to drop out of the gate, sitting in 9th place overall. He had a pretty big crash right off the start in Bakira, but he's going to be looking to make up for that. He smashed his board on a rock this morning freeriding, so hopefully his equipment is going to hold up for him. Michael Mon, he is capable of winning runs. We've seen him take multiple wins on the Freeride World Tour. A technician, a mountain goat. He's so precise with his board placement. Mike, now we see him, he's going to be coming out of start 2. There are 3 starts. If you're just joining us here for snowboard men, start 1, furthest lookers left, start 2 in the middle of the ridge. It's a bomb drop onto the face, and then start 3 a little bit more out to the lookers right. So Michael opting for that start 2. You don't necessarily see it from this angle, but it's a cornice straight out of the gate. So the riders fully have to just drop straight into the intensity. And Michael Mon, he's hungry for a little bit of redemption after the last one. He's got 2 wins. He's always a podium threat. And Michael Mon is on the Lac Noir face.
Going again, like you said, straight into it, toe side, lining up for this first cliff. It's huge and the transition is quick, so you got to get that speed right, which proves no problem for Michael Mon, coming out hot and cooking.
Michael Mon, we're just getting word that he got his second backup board delivered from the hotel up here to the face. So he is riding on solid equipment, which is a huge, huge benefit for any athlete. Michael Mon pinned here. Now he gets into this lower section of the face where it totally rolls away. The vision is difficult here as Michael Mon approaching. He's got this spine feature right off the end. Perfect landing for Michael Mon.
Airing over that bottom rock easily with no problem, no control issues, enjoying some powder turns in the middle and setting himself up for this next feature with a huge 360.
Backside 3 for Michael Mon, connecting perfectly with the transition. So a great start here for snowboard men as plenty more in store. Michael Mon getting himself into this billy goat section on the heel side, popping off his heel side edge into a double.
Yes, full commitment. Those double lines are, you just can't turn. You've got to just dive down into the landing.
Oh, and just clouding himself deep in this champagne powder. A product of France. Wow, this run, snowboard men, I mean, we've seen it with all 3 categories before, and I know we're in store for it, but Michael Mon, you can see this just pumping his fist there. He's so happy. These riders, they got to ride a few laps earlier in the day before we started, and he came down. I mean, he had smashed his board on the rocks, but just grinning ear to ear, like, how about these conditions? Loving the French powder for Michael Mon.
And it really put him into that mindset to recover from his first competition. You know, he had that huge crash at a comp that he's used to winning, and so to see how well he comes back, you can see this confidence, this backside 3. He's here to win, he's here to ride strong, and he's here to show that he can make that switch from being in last place to back on the podium.
Oh, that double was immaculate. It was so perfect, so precise, and then boom.
Gosh, it makes you want to snowboard.
Yeah, putting himself deep, deep in the powder cloud here. You see the Mammut line tracker straight out of the start gate, off that big cliff, and then such precise route finding there from Michael Mon. That section of the face, while it may not show up on camera, is completely convex. So knowing where you're going, lining up the features, critical for these athletes.
Those guys are strong pulling us up there. Oh, I broke a second one.
Okay, well, the bar is set. The score for Michael Mon, an 83. That is a big score. The judges loving what they saw
First
from
place, believe it or not.
Big Mike. He's riding out of Denver these days. What a great way to start off the snowboard men's category.
First run with a new board. I just took that one out too.
Well, they're tools, not jewels. Michael Mon using the board to protect his feet from the rocks out here. And, you know, it's interesting as we get through the day here, some of the rocks are gone, they're buried, but some of them are just covered over by this fluffy powder. So you have to have done your homework where the rocks were before. But we're straight back up to start 2. The next man in the gate, Cody Bramwell, one of the most talented snowboarders we have on the Freeride World Tour. Always electric, always fireworks, as Cody Bramwell out and directly into it in start 2.
On his toe side edge, taking that air massive and in full speed and heading towards the riders right of the venue.
Hasn't made a single speed check yet, needing all the speed to get across the flats. Little nose butter there in the powder. Perfect timing as it starts to roll away again. Cody Bramwell, you can see the terrain start to pitch down as he lines up this feature that saw plenty of action earlier. Lofty backflip. Oh, no! Cody Bramwell all the way to the bottom and then getting caught up. I think that was the bomb hole that we saw from earlier on in the day. The nose of his board just going under the snow and grabbing.
Such a little quick transition there between steep and flat and then back to steep, but he's still riding, he's still searching for these big airs. Nice 3, a bit of a back slap there.
And Cody Bramwell now just pointed out, full rocket ride out the bottom of the venue. Such a talented rider. Nose butter there, pressing down into the powder. You can't help it. This is such playful terrain, and Cody Bramwell, one of the strongest snowboarders on the Freeride World Tour. It's so hard to put these runs together, and another rider kind of getting a little bit caught up in this deep snow.
Cody lives in Greece, so I imagine that powder is especially unique for him and sacred, and he's clearly showing in his run that he's taking every opportunity to take as many turns in it as possible.
Well, let's take a look back here. Cody Bramwell lobbing the backflip all the way to the bottom of the transition. He landed it, but it was the connection from steep to flat that gobbled him up.
Another backside 3, another probably bit of a control issue on the landing again, wheeling out of it, but really showing that he's a playful, versatile rider.
Yeah, you could see the board just flexing and bending in the landing of that back 3 there. Different spots have different textures of snow, and that one definitely been a little bit peeled by the slough running down from riders riding a little bit more on the rider's left side. So Mammut line tracker there showing what we saw. Didn't have the camera mic on there for Michael Mon, but I think he just had his mind blown by Cody Bramwell's full throttle approach, as is his trademark. Cody Bramwell. Nice little shared moment between Cody and Michael Mon as he comes in. I don't think that's going to bother Michael's spot in the hot seat.
That was huge, dude.
We see the score for Cody, a 60.33 for the second rider of the day. And you can see it on his face. I mean, Cody knows he's capable of putting winning runs down here on the Freeride World Tour, but executing it is difficult. And that's what you got to do on comp day. You got to put it all on the line, and you have to execute with precision. So Michael Mon fending off a big challenger there from Cody Bramwell. We go back up to the top. Holden Samuels riding out of Moonlight Basin. Big Sky, Montana, sitting in 10th right now. He's another one looking for some redemption after Spain. Holden Samuels, always quick with a fat backflip, coming right out of start 2 and directly into this zone, proving very popular with our snowboard friends.
A super athletic guy, grew up riding with his skier brother, so he picks new lines, he rides difficult terrain, and the top section was no problem for him.
Yeah, I really like that approach. Holden taking on the biggest section of that upper cliff, full fall line, full pin. You know, he likes to ride fast. He loves to ride in powder. He's got this takeoff. Lofty backflip. Oh, again, that one, you run out of transition really quickly. And Holden Samuels, I think that one's maybe a little bit deceptive for the riders because the takeoff is just so juicy. But if you go that far off it, you do run out of landing.
Quickly, and then you're right into the slough from the other side that's just been building. But he's back on his feet, setting up this second one.
Big back 3, getting kind of bounced out of that landing. Holden Samuels, bumpy ride
at this
for the
point,
Montana rider.
We've seen a lot of traffic in this zone.
Whoa, and getting bounced again. So Holden Samuels here just trying to ride the Val Thorens Bronco as he's looking to get himself through the powder. The double-edged sword of the powder comp, it can be easy, it can be really tempting to just go absolutely ham. Oh, and going for the nose butter, going down again. So Holden Samuels having a rough ride here in Val Thorens. But still some powder turns to be had for Holden.
Yeah, this will be tricky for him. He's got an 8th place finish at the last comp, so these next two, he's really got to throw it down.
Yeah, and he certainly has the capability. You saw with that backflip, if he had, in my opinion at least, if he had a longer transition, that would have been easily landable for him. And Cody Bramwell falling into the exact same category. That one was such a nice takeoff. As we look back up here, Holden lining this up, look how fast he's going. The rotation, perfect. Coming down onto his board, but just running out of transition. Transition means the landing needs to be steep. It needs to be down sloping so you don't impact into the ground. And then this one, finding a bit of a chopped up spot in between the powder.
Exactly, running into that track and then wheeling out.
Completely disappearing in the deep snow. And then with the board angle slightly up, you almost get launched back into a second air, and you can see Holden by the body language, they're fighting for balance. So direct line there, the Mammut line tracker showing, but Holden Samuels, not his day today. As you said, Hadley, he's got some work ahead of him now. We still have 3 events before the cut, so lots of opportunity for change here.
I tried to go slow off that back foot.
The next one's yours, Greg.
Yeah, kind of here he said he tried to go slow as he could. The takeoff is really well traveled, so there's, I think maybe riders getting a little more speed than they thought.
That's so impressive, that top air you did.
Well, 23 points for Holden Samuels.
Congrats, dude.
Giving a bit of a congrats to Michael Mon as we are heading back up to the top of the Lac Noir face here at Val Thorens, France. Michael Mon, Cody Bramwell, Holden in 3rd right now. He was the 3rd rider to drop, so we'll see if that holds up. We've got Enzo Nilo in the start gate, another rider holding the French flags on his shoulders from the Trois Vallées, not this valet, but he is a local, and we are going to see the fans going nuts. Enzo Nilo, he's going to be dropping in, looking to avoid the free ride fiasco that we saw some of the other riders getting themselves into. Can he do it? This guy wants to win. He was a rookie. He got bounced off the tour. He's back with a solid result under his belt. He's got some good friends on the tour, one of them being Victor de la Rue, the current World Tour champion and World Tour leader. Enzo would like nothing more than to step a step higher than his good buddy.
And here he is dropping to this face from start 3, making his way through this top section. The crowd next to us is almost deafening, giving a little hello to his buddies.
I can hear chainsaws in the background. Enzo Nilo chucking a 360, but somehow coming out of that on his feet. He had a very different takeoff approach than we saw the other riders. Big backflip for Enzo, landing. Oh, the French crowd is going bananas now. Enzo Nilo picking up a whole head of steam, going so fast into the lower section of this Lac Noir face.
Such strong riding. He is on fire with the double. No problem, perfect stomp.
And he is not done yet, getting lost in his slough cloud. Still more features stacked up below Enzo Nilo. He's doing it for the home crowd. Kind of a butter back 3 there, catching the side of that feature.
He's got about 300 loud fans waiting for him to get down to this bottom section as he makes his way to the finish. You know, Enzo in the last year was given a wild card a week before his first season, and so you can tell this year he's had a whole season to prep. He's had a whole season to prepare. He's riding with his buddies that he's competing against, and they're really like fueling off of each other. That competitive mindset just pushes one another to keep going a little bit higher, a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that was a huge run from the Frenchman, riding, as we said, out of the Trois Vallées. So he is about as local as it gets here in France, and the fans loving it. He's having a blast. You can see we've got the École du Ski Français helping the riders get across the flats. Look at this. Back 3, he looked so out of sorts and then brings it around perfectly to land in the powder. And then this backflip, Hadley, so big.
Someone wants to go to the moon today. Perfect control. He just drops onto that heel side edge, slows himself down, and gets ready for this double.
Yeah, burying himself in the snow on the takeoff, which provides a little bit of deceleration so you don't go too fast. This Lac Noir providing or proving a little bit tricky in the paneling of the face, where it goes from steep to flat to steep to flat. So Enzo Nilo bringing it for the home crowd here at the Freeride World Tour in the Val Thorens, and he is fired up.
Un peu l'arrache à la fin, je me suis pas bien repéré. Ouais, putain. Ah, j'ai pris le shark d'entrée sur le 3-6.
I think he hit a rock.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Hit a rock on the approach to the 360. So cat-like reflexes to hold on to that. It looked like he was headed for disaster, but no chance. Enzo Nilo, the score coming up. Oh my God! 90.67 for Enzo Nilo.
Ooh la la!
Ooh la la! A Frenchman in the hot seat again. We've got a French winner in snowboard women. We've got a French winner in ski women. And we have a Frenchman in the hot seat in snowboard men. That's Enzo's first run in the 90s on the Freeride World Tour, and absolutely well-deserved. So Michael Mon sliding down into second. Cody Bramwell now into third as we are into it with snowboard men here at the Freeride World Tour. The Val Thorens Pro, Remy Benamo. Rennie coming out of Zinal in Switzerland, a tiny little village in the mountains, and he is just born and bred for snowboarding. He absolutely loves it. Always a smile on his face as he pushes out of start two to start his campaign.
Here he comes into this first section, lining up his board. Oh, huge 360.
Whoa, backside three for Remy Benamo as he makes his way across the avalanche debris clean. That's always a bit of a hold your breath moment as there's some big cornice chunks from the control work done this morning. So a hot start for the Swiss rider.
Lining up this section, he's a quiet guy, but his riding style is loud and speaks for himself. Able to make that transition perfectly. He knew how to adjust that speed.
I love that backflip from Remy there, not adjusting his board angle, just going directly over the back axis. And Remy Benamo with two huge tricks already, coming right into the nose. Another back three, holding onto that heel side edge, having to readjust and now just point it into the fall line. Remy Benamo with a statement here on the Lac Noir face.
He is flying down.
Oh, a big powder cloud there for the Zinal rider. The Swiss flags on his shoulder. He doesn't want to let the French neighbors have all the fun here.
Strong, aggressive riding out of the Swiss man. He said his goal, his childhood dream was just to qualify for the Tour, and I think he should adjust that a bit to maybe podium in winning the Tour. He's such a good rider.
Oh, that was a huge run from Remy. You know, locking himself into the top 5 in his debut on the Freeride World Tour in Spain, and now making a huge statement that he wants to be higher. Look at this, right out of the gate, back three, this landing, perfect, Hadley.
Not a control issue, and that beginning part, and then this massive backflip where other people had issue with the bomb hole. He was able to land earlier, ride through that transition, make the turn, and continue down, enjoying the beautiful snow we have in Val Thorens. You could see the relief in his body posture.
Oh yeah, the judges have their work cut out for them now. The criteria, line, technique, control, fluidity, and air and style. Remy ticking every one of those boxes. Sounds like a few Swissies coming across the border into France to cheer on. All right, well, here we go. The score coming in, 90.67 is the score to beat. Not quite enough, but very close. Remy Benamo into second with an 85.67. So we are seeing some big numbers thrown by the judges already. As we go back up to start 3, you can see a little bit of a breeze coming up now. We've had some wind over the past days in Val Thorens. It scoured the Cinqueron face up at the very summit. Enzo Nilo, Remy Benamo, and Michael Mon showing your top 3 so far in snowboard men. All 3 runs absolute bangers as we are in snowboard men, and the crowd is electric here, having a blast. It's a free ride party in France.
For sure. We've seen some great riding, but boy, do we have some heavy hitters. We are just beginning with the men's snowboard.
Oh yeah, Enzo Nilo is in the hot seat, but he can't be that comfortable yet as we have so many more big hitters yet to come. You can see this big flat plateau at the top. So this is start 3. 3 starts on this Lac Noir face. 1 right at the summit, 1 on the ridge where we've seen, I think, pretty much everybody go so far. And this will be our first rider out of start 3. This is Liam Rivera, Swiss rider coming out of Verbier. Got his maiden win on the Freeride World Tour at Kicking Horse, and then has just been a podium threat ever since. Liam Rivera putting in the work, sitting in 10th right now. he's going to want to bump that ranking way up with a good performance here in Val Thorens. Liam Rivera now on the Lac Noir face.
He's going to want to, and he's totally capable of getting on that podium. Such a strong rider, really committed to the fall line, able to do anything with wherever he puts his snowboard.
All right, well, let's see what Liam has in store. Throwing the backflip, landing, oh, and just getting tossed by that snow. That one seen quite a bit of traffic and looked like he hit a bit of a hard spot. Liam Rivera now front three with the shifty. Oh, perfect landing for Liam.
Found that perfect patch of compressed snow and continuing to ride all the way through, making up for that top section. Moving down into this double.
Bam, bam, Liam Rivera, oh, and Liam getting tossed. The heel side edge, hard to hold on when you're moving away from it like that. Trajectory going one way and your body going the other. But Liam Rivera not down. He's got the nose of this in his sights with another big 360 and landing that one perfect. That's a real run of contrast. We have some of the most exciting moments we've seen so far in freeride men, but with some pretty significant control issues sprinkled in.
This is when the judges really have to do quite a bit of work. Liam's just going to make his way down to the finish line. One of the riders that, you know, he always has a target on his back. Coming in with your rookie season and getting a 3rd overall is really a statement that you then will be chased.
Yeah, and he's so strong on his board. He's such a technical rider. It feels like there's something in the air in Verbier, but both ski and snowboard, the riders that place churns out are just so solid on their board, and they've got that great blend of freeride and freestyle that they can put together and spice up the stew.
Here's that big backflip that just caused him some issue.
Yeah, he just bounced on the landing. He found the one spot that wasn't soft, and then the revert shifty 360 landing so well, so perfectly. And I love this one, getting down on the heel side edge and the front 360, so you're totally blind for the back half of the rotation, just hoping it's all gonna work out. You can see the hand gestures there. He was hyped on that one.
As you said, a line of contrast, and I'm really curious to see what the judges do with the control issues.
Yeah, I mean, they were there. They were real. So the judges, they don't miss that kind of stuff. And especially with the heat that we're seeing already in snowboard men, they got to be, you know, they have to be on point with those docks for control. You see it for sure. And that big bouncing front flip off the enormous back flip at the start. They're going to note that for sure, and it's going to be reflected in the score. We'll see what the score is for Liam, but the rest of that run was so solid. Seeing a lot of snow on helmets in the finish area from so many of these riders. Riding powder all the way down as we're anxiously waiting here for the score of Liam Rivera to pop up. There we go. It's coming in. 90.67 is the number to beat. That's a 60-point run for Liam Rivera. So that's going to be good enough for 5th so far in snowboard men. As we said, run of contrast, and oh, what could have been with that one with some huge moves there by Liam Rivera.
Exactly, but the judges, this is the pinnacle performance. They're expecting perfection out of these runs.
Perfection is what's demanded, and certainly these riders capable of delivering it, as we've seen. So Enzo Nilo sitting now in the hot seat. Remy Benamo and Michael Mon, 1, 2, 3 in snowboard men at the Val Thorens Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Stop number 2, back up to the top with Truckee, California's Tilden Woolley. Tilden lighting it up at the top in Bakira with one of the most creative lines we saw. A back 3 in a section that no other snowboard even looked at. Tilden is so talented on his board. We had our breath held for that run as he's hopping up to this overhanging section. There's not going to be any docks for fluidity until the riders are into the face. And now Tilden entering. Look at the slough pouring down underneath him. The fact that his heel side edge is in and his back is touching the snow shows how steep that is. Spinning 360.
Yes.
Perfect for Tilden Woolley. Wow, what a great start. This guy is a rookie, but he doesn't ride like one. And I think he's a lot more at home in this snow than he was in what we saw in Spain.
Yeah, exactly. But man, his Spain just had a heartbreaker of a finish. But this guy shows that he can come out of the top, come out with a trick, strong riding as we can see, beautiful turns, and able to really link these features together.
Yeah, a bit of a bumpy area on the face. Tilden plopping off that one, turns it into a double landing, getting the tail of his board down to make sure he doesn't go over the front like we've seen some of the other riders struggle with.
Making his way through, avoiding some of these features. I think, you know, whoa, here we go, lining himself up to the same cliff that I believe we saw Marion hit. Perfect landing. He knew with that 10th place finish, he needed to stay on his feet for this one.
Yeah, he needed a banger there, and it was interesting watching them there from the shot we had. Looked like he was avoiding it, but he was really actually lining up the next one. It's sometimes hard to tell the perspective from the rider's eye view versus the commentator's view, but Tilden definitely putting a statement down after his opening run in Spain that he is here to play and he is looking for a spot on the podium. That start, I mean, it took him a sec to get lined up and locked in at the top, but then opening it up with that huge 360.
And here's the personal cliff, finding that transition, no problem.
Yeah, you can see the pit from some of the other riders who just went neck deep off that one. This is below the judging line, so if you're not sure what that means, there's a line below which, all right, let's get into this replay, Hadley.
Perfect. Oh, that air was so solid. He knew exactly where he needed to land, coming out hot, making his way through this next section.
Yeah, catching the nose of that one with a bit of direction on the toe side edge to turn it into a double. And then this one, finding the perfect line right into that landing. Again, pressing the tail of the board into the snow to keep from going over the front as we've seen other riders do. You got to be so precise with your foot placement, making sure your board is exactly in the right position and your body over the board to make sure that you can stay upright. Great run there from Tilden Woolley.
Exactly, and what you can't see as well at home is that last cliff is a blind rollover, so it's tricky to know exactly where you are, and he had that thing memorized and down in his head.
So much photo, huh? Oh, pow.
All right, well, the judges have had their say. The score dropping in, and it's a 74-3-3. So Tilden Woolley just off the podium so far with that great run. Huge top section. The strength of the lower part of Enzo Nilo's run really showing as we get further into the snowboard men's field. And we are going back up to the top. If Enzo Nilo was worried before, he is going to be shaking in the hot seat right now. We haven't, well, in the last 7 events, we've only seen one where the next man didn't win. He's the 3-time Freeride World Tour champion. He is the current World Tour leader. We're looking back at the run he put down in Bakir Barrett in the last event. 360s, full speed approach, the backflip at the bottom. Victor de la Rue leading the Freeride World Tour after one stop in 2025. Victor lives in Val Thorens. He is home here. His family is here. He is so comfortable, and the crowd is behind him. He's going to feel that energy lifting him up as he is buckling in, making his final preparations to put himself into the mix here in Val Thorens. He's at home, Hadley. Is it more pressure? Is it better? I don't even know.
You know, with Victor, he's hard to read. He always seems like he's pretty chill and having a good time, but don't doubt that he's going full force for that 4th title. He wants it, and he can get it.
Well, and he's definitely sitting in the driver's seat currently, leading the standings. Got a little nugget here. Back 360 into the over the bomb hole. Perfect connection. So great start to this run here for Victor as he approaches this next feature.
Wasting no time to get into the backflip. The landings are incroyable.
Yeah, the precision of Victor de la Rue's riding is unmatched. The Freeride World Tour champion 3 times for a reason. Single, double, but going down, Victor losing his front side edge and flopping over onto his chest.
Uncharacteristics of De La Rue. Let's see how he... No! That first bobble, it can shake you once, and then it's really can be hard to recover for the second one.
Yeah, a bit of a free ride fiasco there for Victor De La Rue, as uncharacteristically coming undone. Even the best are struggling here. The powder conditions a benefit, but also tricky to manage, as we see Victor De La Rue, the 3-time world champ. And what is that going to do to Enzo Nilo's mindset down at the bottom? They are best buddies. In the opening ceremonies, the announcer was passing the mic around, and Enzo said, I'm going to be on the top of the podium to Victor.
Well, I think he might have predicted it. And, you know, I've seen that in competitions. There's an opportunity sometimes for a rider to come in. They wake up after inspection. They know their line. They know it's good, and they know they want to win. Let's see Victor again coming in strong with that perfect backflip. Again, the landings are so textbook.
Yeah, that was video game mode there for Victor. The back 360, maybe a tiny bit caught up, but landed again. He was solid, and then coming across into this next feature, this double. The board just pushed out from under him. Enzo couldn't believe it.
Oh, and you can, I mean, it's so fascinating. These guys want to beat each other. They're best friends. It's really quite the emotions going back and forth.
Asking Victor, where are your legs? Well, I mean, this is the glory and heartbreak of freeride. I mean, Victor De La Rue certainly capable, as we saw with both the backflip and the 360, of perfection on these faces. But it's not one thing. It stacks up all the way down. Oh la la, indeed.
C'était parfait, j'étais là, il va me guillotiner. Putain. Joli Mander.
Waiting for the score. Also, the 4 guys on top, you know, they've known that the guy in first has gone down the big champion, and I think it gives them a little bit of fire.
Yeah, maybe a bit of hope there for some of those riders at the top, but they have a big score to beat. 60.17 for Victor De La Rue. That is 6th place. He goes and congratulates his buddy who's sitting in the hot seat. A French flag still holding on to that top spot as we look over the summit of the Lac Noir face. Incredible scenes here in the French Alps as we are making our way through the Val Thorens Pro. We have seen fireworks in all 4 categories. We got a French athlete sitting in the hot seat here as we are moving on. Timmy Schroeder, the next man, the German rider, but riding out of Zillertal. This guy is capable of putting down a winning run in any conditions on any face. He's a great free spirit, but man, he is hungry here on the Freeride World Tour, and we've seen some of the wildest, most exciting moments in freeride delivered from Tim Schroeder as he is out of start 1.
Coming into the steep section, the first rider to come out of the first start gate. Navigating the top, taking a huge air. It's super committed. You only have rocks below you in this section.
Wow. I think he was blinded there. He made that frontside carve and put himself into a powder cloud, and his angle definitely not the right direction. We see Timmy gathering himself. Hopefully we get the wave or the head tap. I mean, he's up. Oh yeah, he's looking back up just to see what happened there. Yeah, okay. There's the wave. All right, Timmy Schroeder is all right. That was a scary moment there. So the visual inspection, and then you combine that with these powder conditions. When you make a big aggressive turn in the powder, the snow flies up in the air, and this snow is light, low density, fluffy snow. And it makes it impossible to see. We saw it in ski. I think he's missing his GoPro. Maybe the drone can find it. That GoPro is deep in the Val Thorens snowpack now. So tense moments there. Freeride World Tour. Yeah, it's hard to almost breathe when you watch a rider fall over the rocks like that, just launching off that feature with completely the wrong trajectory. And happy to see Tim up and riding as he's making his way down the lower section of the face. He'll get a couple soul turns to try to reset himself.
Exactly. Tim's riding it smart. He's got a second place already in the bag. This can be his throwaway competition. He's just getting himself down safe after what was probably a pretty scary moment for him as well.
Yeah, for sure. Scary for him, scary for us. I'm sure scary for Timmy's friends and family at home watching that. But now just a couple of arching soul powder turns. Like you said, we have 5 events before the cut here on the Freeride World Tour. So Tim Schroeder is going to just toss that one straight in the bin and leave it behind him. We know he can win events on any given day, and just the aggressive intent in the steepest part of the face there really showed what Timmy was after with that run.
Yeah, you remember in Spain he threw that huge backflip right off the top. He likes to go out of the gate firing.
Well, and the judges like that too. You know, they work on that kind of, here, let's dig into this replay and see if we can figure out, yeah, completely blind, and his trajectory was just way off there. Luckily, his board hit the rocks. So here, 0 visibility, angled wrong, boards hit the rocks, send him into that front flip, kind of reminiscent of the Tom Pfeiffer side flip in Spain. Unintentional for sure. Would have been pretty cool if it worked out.
We're glad you are down safe and sound, Timmy Schroeder.
But yeah, as I was saying, the judges appreciate that too. They kind of work on a thermometer system where it rises or falls based on the intensity of what the riders do. So if they come out of the gate right away with a hot move and an aggressive start, the thermometer gets going up into the red zone early. And then if they can keep it there with intensity for the rest of the run, then they just get points thrown at them, showered with points.
Yeah, that looks like the confirmation. He just got totally white-rimmed about that.
Checking the board. Looks like it handled it.
Make it good.
Score of 10.67 coming
Mama,
in.
alles gut.
Telling his mommy's okay. That's good. Freeride parents, one of the most stressful jobs in the snow sports world. Watching your kids do this is definitely stomach in your throat. But we are continuing on. We have another hometown hero, another French rider in the mix. This is Camille Armand, riding out of Chamonix, France, part of the 3 Amigos, Les Trois Amis, the Victor, Enzo, Camille squad, working on the Freeride Fiasco project with Alex Heitler. They're putting out some incredible content. This guy is a serious threat for the podium. One of the best backflips in the game. Camille Armand, the French crowd is behind him, lifting him up. He's dropping out of start 3. You can see the breeze is picking up out there as Camille Armand pushing out of the gate from start 3.
Riding with the heart. The crowd to us is just firing as he looks to set up his first air.
Yeah, approaching this top feature. And a lofty backflip for Camille Armand, but getting bucked in the bomb hole. Not able to hold it. This is one of the challenges for the later riders. Big backside 3 cross court. Yeah, challenges for the later riders, Hadley, with bomb holes and tracks and things. There's a lot to navigate for these guys.
Looks like he's searching for something fresh, though. Huge air, doubling that, or singling what some people have taken as a double with that cliff. Making his way out hot.
Yeah, full speed approach for Camille Armand. Unfortunate on that first there. Backflips are his bread and butter. But the bomb holes, it's really hard when you're above and it's blind to know exactly where they are to be able to line yourself up to avoid them.
Exactly. It looked like he was trying to adjust his trajectory, but then you also, the first riders are going to take the best line. They're looking for the best transition. So the further back you are, you're kind of left with the scraps. Camille Armand making his way down to the crowd. in his home country of France, they still love him here.
Oh, they sure do. And with Enzo Nilo sitting in the hot seat with only 2 riders to go, we are guaranteed a Frenchman on the podium as we look back here at this backflip of Cami's.
Yeah, that first bomb hole was just impossible to ride through. But he shows that.
Getting this big cross-court back 3 and landing in such deep snow there. The snow has been piling up here in Val Thorens. And then I love this aggressive fall line approach. Perfect landing for Cami, bouncing out and then getting the heel side edge in just enough to control the speed before he redirects himself over those little nuggets of rock. So much good about that run. Extremely unfortunate that the first feature didn't work out.
Mec, t'as fait le run d'enculé, t'as pas fait le backflip. Putain! C'est toi qui fait plaisir, Valentin. Ouais, un peu à l'arrache, mais... Ah! Les gars, qu'est-ce que vous faites? Moi, je suis jamais sur le podium, normalement. Je sais pas ce que vous branlez, quoi. Tu nous as fumé, c'est bien, la brique. Ah! Putain! J'ai chopé un char côté coffre. Mais mec, moi, là, je sais pas si la board, elle est pas repeinte, là, aussi. Mais j'ai pensé à vous en l'air, hein.
Score coming in for Camille Armand.
Not going to challenge that top spot of Enzo Nilo. A 63.33, still in the top 5 for Camille Armand. So with so many riders going down, that may end up being a salvageable result for Camille Armand. He's got a 6th in the first event. Now he's looking at somewhere in the top 7 in stop number 2. Enzo Nilo, Remy Benamo, and Michael Mon. That is your top 3 with rookie Tilden Woolley sitting in 4th right now. We only have 2 riders left, but both of them big threats. This man, Jonathan Penfield, riding out of Squamish, BC, out of Whistler Blackcomb, sitting 3rd overall. Always a threat. He's such a technician on the board. He's so smooth, always with the calm demeanor, but as soon as he kicks out of the start gate, fireworks.
Exactly. Ooh, and going someplace new. This is the only person we saw go over this way was Jenna.
Yeah, and she definitely proved. Oh, look at that landing. He is on a film line here. Back 3, Jonathan Penfield. It's so steep over there, handling this like an absolute veteran. Look at where he is on this face, popping out of that last feature with the grab, and now on the toe side edge, just looking to get across this slough field. There is still more below Jonathan Penfield. He's only about halfway down.
Well, just sending fluff left to right.
Big double there. Oh, and Jonathan bouncing. Unfortunately, that slough cone proving a little bit more dense in the snow. So John Penfield, but he's still got more to come. Lobbing a front 3 now, so he's spun both ways, getting a little hooked up there, but not going down. Wow, John Penfield, second last man of the entire day and opening up a whole new section. Like you said, Hadley, only Jenna Keller going over there so far.
Yeah, you know, that is 8 years of riding on the tour kind of experience. He knew he was going essentially last out of the entire 4 fields and picking a zone where no one goes. His track is solo when you look up at the venue.
Oh, and that was close to perfection for John Powell. Jonathan Penfield, he's got a unique eye for lines. He's always kind of poking around in different sections and finding features that he feels can work that other people don't even see. He's got that scientist's eye for the venue. And that side of the face, honestly, watching him ride, it's kind of surprising that it didn't see more action because it's good over there.
It looks good. It really looks like a classic Alaskan film line over there. And as you said, a scientist, an enzyme engineer. Those enzymes were flowing down the mountain. Let's check the replay. Straight off the top with such a strong, perfectly landed 360.
Getting the grab, connecting, and then John Penfield here as he approaches this double. Nice powdery landing on the first stage. Oh, it's just hard. It was hard there. His board did not sink into the snow at all. So it's so hard to know what you're going to get when you land. When all 3 of your landings previous have been deep powder and then you get one that's hard, you're not setting nearly as much tension in the muscles in your leg. And then unfortunately, the board just kicks up and out from under you.
The first part, amazing. Yeah, the sit down killed me.
So definitely going to be a big ding on control for Jonathan Penfield, but a very respectable score there as he moves into fourth, 77.67. So just bumping Tilden Woolley out of the fourth spot, but still holding on in the top 5. So Jonathan Penfield, while it's not, I mean, that was a what might have been, because that was certainly in contention to challenge Enzo Nilo's position on the top of the pile. So John Penfield coming close there, but with a third already and a guaranteed top 5 in the field today, a solid result for John Powell. As we go back up, New Zealand's own Conrad Niven. He's one of the coolest guys on the tour, riding out of Aspen, Colorado, where he's working as a snowboard instructor, buttermilk specifically. He had a good run going in the last event, kicking off the day. And now Conrad Niven getting things going. He's got to do a little toe side hop to get up into the entry of his line.
Yeah, as you said, another heartbreaker from the first event. Had such a strong run and then just kind of a random crash at the bottom. So let's hope, you know, he started first last time. This time he's starting last.
And this big overhanging buttress of rock at the very top, Conrad eyeing it up as he gets his board set. There's not going to be any docks for fluidity until the riders start. Not that they're going to dock them once they start, but until they drop in, the judging doesn't start. And this is a precarious position for Conrad as he drops in on the toe side edge with aggression.
Sending it in full gas, full heat, coming out, wheeling through, keeping that tip of the board out of the snow.
Yeah, I love that tail press move for the snowboarders when they just push on the tail, bend the board up, and elevate the nose of the board out of the powder so they can just keep accelerating.
And he's moving quickly into this section, taking that first air in, setting himself up for the next.
Yeah, this blade proving popular, going all the way down, but going down on his heels. Oh, popping out of the powder. Nothing happened. All right.
Oh, that looked like a rock.
That was definitely a rock. Conrad Niven with a slight trajectory mistake there, luckily extending his board out from under him where he's able to protect his feet from that rock.
And he's not done, though. He's still going for that huge air at the bottom and coming out flying.
Just a tiny dot on this enormous face. Conrad Niven now getting some soul turns, filling his glorious mustache with powder as he launches himself down the bottom piece of the face here. So Conrad Niven, oh, that was a little bit scary watching him air towards that rock, but I'm really happy he was able to get his board out in front of him.
Yeah, he's really such a good rider, great edge-to-edge technique. A raft guide champion, or not guide, a rafting champion, whitewater champion. This guy knows how to win sports.
Big sports guy, Conrad Niven. Yeah, the captain of the USA rafting team, having a blast out here. Let's look back up. This top section is just so steep and it's chewed up. He's the last rider of the day.
Yeah, he's able to make it through, and then let's see this first air. Yeah, it's hard to tell from our angle if he just wheelies out or if he hits something straight. Yep,
oh, yeah,
right onto those rocks. But he didn't want it to stop him. He's still going, making his way through and down to the finish line. The last one to paint his tracks down this incredible face that, again, like you said, is a real venue that should consistently be on the tour.
Yeah, that was absolutely spectacular. And looking at that run with those control issues from Conrad Niven, it's giving me a strong sense that the man sitting in the hot seat is going to be the champion of Val Thorens. There he is right now. Enzo Nilo, unofficially, we'll have it officialized very quickly, is going to be the champion. So we've got a man from the Trois Vallées standing on top of the podium, and 3 French riders out of 4 taking the win here in Val Thorens today. As we wait for the score to come in for Conrad Niven, we see it climbing up. It's going to be a 55 for Conrad, so that's 10th place, and that means that Enzo Nilo has won in Val Thorens. Incredible. incredible moments. You see the three French boys, they travel together, ride together, room together, and tonight they're gonna party together. All right, let's take a look at the event scoreboard here from the Val Thorens Pro.
As Derek said, Enzo Nilo taking the top spot with Remy, rookie Remy, right behind him in second. Michael Mon rounding it out at third. Jonathan Penfield with a creative line for fourth. Then you start to see the crashes coming. Cody Bramwell, Victor De La Rue, Liam Rivera. A lot of men couldn't really hold it together today.
Yeah, tricky conditions for sure. Powder, glorious, but it adds another element to the riding there. Timmy Schroeder going down with a scary moment up top, but luckily he was okay. Even told his mom he was okay. The French crowd's just running riot, having such a good time here. Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Return to France. We're going to see what this result has done to our Freeride World Tour overall rankings as the calculations behind the scenes are done. We see Enzo Nilo jumping all the way up into first, taking that golden bib off his good friend Victor De La Rue. Remy Benamo up into second, and Victor tied with him in second. John Pau an even fourth as we move down. Wow, so Enzo Nilo has just gone from fourth to first in the overall rankings. France is going to go ballistic tonight. Watch out, Val Thorens, because it is coming for you. These are our podium men here for the Val Thorens Pro.
Such strong riding from all of these guys. Enzo, Remy, and Michael Mon really putting on a show and showing their strength.
An international field, an international podium. France, Switzerland, and USA lighting it up for the snowboard men. Wow, what a show we've had in Val Thorens, France. This has just been absolutely electric. The crowd, the riding, the snow, the venue, everything. We're gonna go down to the finish corral and catch up with the local Enzo Nilo. You just won the Freeride World Tour stop in Val Thorens. Tell us about your day and your experience here.
I'm so happy right now. Can't believe it. I was so stressed at the beginning, but seeing all the skiers sending it, I was like, you have to go for it. I was so stressed at the top, but actually it felt so good, the snow. Little bit sketchy at the end, so I think Victor or Camille could get me out of the hot seat, but man, I won! Yes!
Enzo, a huge congratulations, a massive performance in front of the home crowd. Yeah. You did it, and you are the winner of the Val Thorens Pro here in France. What a show we've seen. This backdrop providing absolute fireworks for the Freeride World Tour's return to France. The Val Thorens Pro, electric.
Good. C'est good. Merci.
Ooh la la, what a return to France. What a return to this beautiful country. New face, new venue, new riders. What a show.
I'm speechless, honestly. That was such an incredible show. All four categories going absolutely ham here on the Lac Noir face in Val Thorens. This has been incredible from start to finish. Now it's your turn. We want you to log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote for the rider of the day. All categories are open. Who got your juices flowing? Log on to freerideworldtour.com and cast your vote. This is your chance to have your say. The fans, it's wide open. Everybody is in. Rider of the day, I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, there were so many electric moments in this event. It was incredible.
What an entertaining day. What strong riding across every single category. So nice to be in France. We love it here.
All right, well, that's going to do it for the Val Thorens Pro Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. That's a wrap in France, but we would like to invite you to join us next week in Kicking Horse for the Golden Kicking Horse Pro. It's going to be insane. We're going to Canada, to my backyard. Cannot wait to see you there. On behalf of the entire Freeride World Tour family, Hadley Hammer, and myself, Derek Foose, we cannot wait to see you at the next stop. Thanks for tuning in.
Merci beaucoup.
Giant backflip and holding on.
Welcome to the Kicking Horse Golden BC Pro.